Good morning, colleagues and central staff testifiers and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Monday, November 18th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Now, I suspect many persons was wondering when we were going to start. We had a bit of a technical issue. Our highly functional and very competent media staff was able to troubleshoot it so that we could commence today's meeting. So I'm very grateful for them and also for all the work they do behind the scene. Now, before we proceed to roll call, I wanted to take some time to note that, yes, this is the month where we celebrate Thanksgiving. It's time to give thanks for the past years and future blessings. Next week, family, friends, and civic groups will gather to share, serve meals, and give thanks. One of the things that we can all give thanks for is that November also marks the end of the hurricane season. And thankfully, we were not impacted by any hurricanes for 2024. In working to rebuild following the devastating hurricanes of 2017, we have made progress in some areas as a territory, and this is a testament to our resilience and determination. While there is still a significant amount of work to be done, we can take heart in the progress we have made. We give thanks for this progress. As such, on behalf of my family and staff, I wish you all a happy and blessed Thanksgiving in advance. Also, while national recognition for our Veterans Day has passed, for me, every day is Veterans Day, and I am compelled to take a moment to salute the men and women here in the Virgin Islands and across our nation who have proudly served in our United States Armed Forces. Thank you for your service, protection, and support as you put your comfort and safety at risk for the benefit of our nation. With respect, honor, gratitude, we say thank you, veterans, and to our servicemen and women for your service and tour of duty. Additionally, November is Survivors of Homicide Victims Awareness Month. The loss of lives to homicide has adversely impacted so many lives across our territory. Let us continue to support and show compassion to our family, friends, colleagues who mourn the loss of loved ones to homicide. Let us pause for a moment of prayer. Finally, I want to say Happy Independence Day in advance and belatedly to our Caribbean neighbors celebrating Independence Day this month. This includes Antigua and Barbuda, which celebrated its Independence Day on November 1st, Suriname, which will celebrate its Independence Day on November 25th, and on November 30th, Barbadian and the Dominican Republic nationals will celebrate their Independence Day. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca, absent. Senator Amma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent.
No, he's present.
Oh, he's here. He's present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, and we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences to be read into the record today?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondence into the record.
From the office of the Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, November 18, 2024, the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, USVI 00804. Dear Madam Chair Joseph, please accept my apologies for not being able to attend the meeting on the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection scheduled for November 18, 2024. There are pressing matters of a personal nature requiring my timely attention. Thanks for your appreciation of these circumstances. I request, therefore, that you record my absence as officially excused. Cordially, Senator Ray Fonseca, 35th Legislature. From the office of Senator Samuel Carrion, Honorable Carla Joseph, Chair Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I am writing to sincerely apologize for my tardiness at the start of today's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting on November 18, 2024. Unfortunately, I had a prior commitment that could not be rescheduled. Please rest assured that I will attend as soon as I am available. I deeply appreciate your understanding and consideration in this matter. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to contributing to the meeting upon my arrival. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of the Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Monday, November 18, 2024, in the R.B. Atley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0273, an act honoring and commending Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden, posthumously for his years of service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, renaming Flamboyant Avenue in Estate Anna's Retreat the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden Drive, and naming the cul-de-sac containing house addresses 129-27 through 129-34, Estate Anna's Retreat, Slimo Circle, in his honor, and making a $10,000 appropriation from the District Public Road Fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage. This bill is sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Mr. Molito Smith Jr., the Honorable Myron Jackson, former Senator Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Darrell A. Lewis Sr., Ms. Felicia Brownlow, Mr. Anthony Peets, and the Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. This ends the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Read into the record the first item to be considered in Block 1 of today's agenda. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0273?
Yeah.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory.
Did you read the agenda? Did you read the agenda? Thank you.
Kindly proceed, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to the beautiful people that I see in the well this morning, U.S. Virgin Islanders. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. This morning, I'm not a member of this committee. However, this morning, I want to thank the Madam Chair for allowing me the opportunity to present Bill number 35-0273. This bill posthumously honor Mr. Ronald Alfonso Blyden, affectionately known as Slimo, for his service to the Virgin Islands community, especially to the family of Old Tutu. It's actually Estate Anna's Retreat, but is better known as Old Tutu, where he gave so much of himself in that community. I am old school, so I don't say full mouth Slimo. Mr. Slimo Blyden was more than a resident of Old Tutu. He was a beacon of that community. He was a beacon of spirit, dedication to that community. His involvement within the community earned him the affectionate title of the mayor of Old Tutu. Those were some days, those are what you will call the good old days. And it's important that we remind our young people of whence we come it. Hence the reason for the importance of the work that we're doing today. But I'll say to you that Mr. Slimo was not only connected to Old Tutu, as I'm seeing in the audience today, he was connected to many other neighborhoods in the St. Thomas community, especially in the downtown community, Upstreet, Savan, Garden Street, Long Path, Solberg, and Maffali. That's a whole lot down, literally, right? But when he was not working to enhance his community, he could be found at Slimo's, which was a nightclub. I learned this because I guess I'm a little too young to know this. But he actually he ran a nightclub, and it was a well-known spot for many members of our community. I can't remember the year. I think it's in the bill. But I don't believe that I was allowed to go to nightclubs during that time. So, but he spent, what's exciting for me or important for me is he spent 36 years in the Virgin Islands government, specifically the Virgin Islands Department of Education, giving of himself. 36 long years of his career he spent giving back to the children of the Virgin Islands, to the children of the St. Thomas St. John district. And he actually was a graphic artist, and he retired as a graphic artist specialist at the Department of Education. And during that time, his work was sought after, and many persons in our community hired him for his artistic abilities. He was a devoted family man, as evidenced here today, an entrepreneur, a community leader who worked for the betterment, to ensure the betterment of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and particularly the St. Thomas St. John district. But as a child, I remember, because I used to live, my dad moved to Windberg, and I actually, when we left Wrongley Field, I moved to the Dunu housing community. And I used to have a shortcut from Dunu. I see one of my classmates here who would remember. There was a shortcut from Dunu to Old Tutu. So we would use a shortcut. We didn't have to go all the way around to get to Old Tutu to get to the field down there. Yep. And he had a little convertible. He had a convertible. Every time I saw this man driving through this convertible, it was like amazing. I was like, how does someone own a convertible in this time?
I tell you.
But that's something I actually remembered about him. So I thought it was important for me to say that. Mm-hmm. But also, a lot of times you don't realize that you have connections with people. So his son, Ronnie Jr., when I was, I think in the mid to late 70s, he was my Civil Air Patrol leader. So I credit a lot of my sternness to Ronnie Blyden, because let me tell you, you couldn't reach late, and your pants and everything had to be in proper order when you got to Civil Air Patrol. That's when that's before we had the airport where it's at now. We were at the hangar. We used to practice right there next to the hangar with Mr. Hansby, another great Virgin Islander. So I want to thank Ronnie Jr. for ensuring that a piece of me is instilled by him. So thank you, Ronnie. I know that you're here today. So bill number 35-0273. Well, before I go to that, I want to talk a little bit about Virgin Islands pride, because we're talking about Slimo Blyden. When I say Virgin Islands pride, I'm talking about how we keep our communities clean and immaculate. And Mr. Slimo was well known for ensuring that the old Tutu community in particular was always kept clean. He would go out and make sure that was done. And as we're having this conversation today, I moved a piece of legislation, I want to say last week, that's, and we really shouldn't have to move legislation like this, but because of how we've seen our community have become, we have no choice, and it's called the Abandoned and Derelict Vehicles Bill. And those are things that we didn't see so prevalent back in the day. But now, I passed you all to I think last week, when I was about to present the bill, and there's so many abandoned vehicles. We know that if Mr. Slimo was here, that would have been a problem. Okay? He would have had the personal conversation with them about moving your vehicles out of the old Tutu community. And that's why it's so important that we remember individuals like Mr. Slimo. So bill number 35-0273 proposes to rename Flamboyant Avenue to the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden Drive, and to formally name the cul-de-sac in where his home is located, the Slimo Circle. And this will ensure that his legacy is preserved and celebrated. And preserving legacy is important because those that come after us need to understand what we did before they came. Mm-hmm. There is an appropriation, and I see that we have the good commissioner of Public Works here today, and he's a Savanero. So I go back to the fact that Mr. Blyden was in fact connected to the Savan community as well. So colleagues, I seek your support on bill number 35-0273 to honor the memory of a remarkable Virgin Islander who exemplified the spirit of service and community. And it is my fervent hope that many more of us will exemplify the spirit of service and community. This man was a man that you can easily say, do my people do. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, for the introduction. Now we have a full house before us to testify on behalf of this measure. I'm going to ask that each individual just do a brief introduction so we could check your mics to make sure they're operable. And we will begin first with the Commissioner of Public Works, and then we will proceed down the line. So we're beginning on my left, your right. Kindly.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Felicia Brownlow.
Good morning and welcome. Just bring your mic a little closer, Ms. Brownlow. Very good. Next.
Good morning. Good morning, Molito A. Smith, Jr.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Dara Lewis, Senior.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Anthony Peets.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Myron D. Jackson, former senator.
Good morning, Senator Jackson, and welcome. Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Peets to begin first because we had a delay and Mr. Peets is on a tight schedule. So, Mr. Peets, I will ask you to begin by reading your testimony into the record. And before you proceed, Madam Clerk, I may have neglected to indicate for the record to note that Senator Fonseca is excused absent, so that we are clear on that. And so the order, after Mr. Peets has concluded, will go to the commissioner, and then down the line and skip Mr. Peets, and then close out with former Senator Myron Jackson. Mr. Peets,
Thank
kindly
you.
proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and morning to the honorable members of the 35th Legislature and neighbors, friends, and fans alike. All right, my name is Alfredo Anthony Peets of Old Tutu, of which I'm still a resident of. Proud neighbor of the Blydens and everybody in the neighborhood. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
All right. I'm here in honor or here to testify on behalf of Bill 35-0273, an act honoring and commending Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden for his years of service and contribution to this Virgin Islands community. Renaming Flamboyant Avenue in Estate Tutu or Anna's Retreat, the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden Drive. All right? And the residents with the houses or the addresses of the houses 129-27 through 129-34 in Anna's Retreat, Slimo's Circle in his honor. Okay, this bill is kind of personal for me because when you speak of Flamboyant Avenue and you're speaking about Slimo and what's not, you're speaking about where Tony T actually grew up. You know, that was where, as a young child, the influences of Mr. Blyden, my father, and the others that lived, the predominant Virgin Islanders that lived in that area, you know, had an influence on me, especially when it came to music. You know, on any given weekend, you'd hear artists like the Stylistics and the Dells and the Delphonics and what's not coming from Mr. Blyden's house across the street. You know, as far as that aspect of him, you know, that was a real influence on me considering I had a love and a passion for music, and my father did as well. It was home to some of the biggest house parties in St. Thomas. All right there, Old Tutu, as you come in the entrance there, you had the Lamatas, you had the my father, Mr. Peets, you had Liston Monsanto, you know, you had Walter Lewis Jr. Those are some of the same residents that reside there today as well. But those are the influences that I grew up as a small child growing up here in St. Thomas. All right. All the nicknames, or most of the nicknames that Slimo ever had were created by myself and the other children that lived in the neighborhood. Everything from, you know, CNN, all right, to, what's the one they have here? Crime Watch. And then ultimately the mayor. We all had a hand in giving him those nicknames. Because what's living in the VI without a nickname? Everybody had a nickname. So we gave him our own personal nicknames as children growing up there in the area because, again, like Miss Senator Fred mentioned, you know, he had a pride in community. You know, Slimo was the kind of dude that, you know, he would make sure things would be in a certain order, just like his son. His son is a direct replica of
Excuse me one moment, Mr. Peets, are you reading from your testimony you provided?
I'm giving some off the top.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we are on a time frame as you, and we want
I'll
to
be through.
And we want to respect your time frame as
Okay.
well as you mentioned earlier. So would you be so kind
To just stick to the
read from your written testimony that was submitted to this committee?
Okay.
Would you be so kind to do that?
I could do that.
Thank you so kindly.
Thanks much for giving me this opportunity to testify on behalf of Slimmo Blyden, who was a father figure to me and to many who grew up in the section of Anna's Retreat, popularly known as 022. Anna's Retreat is a neighborhood that was established back in 1964. Slimmo home was built and is still located at the entry point of 022 community. His home was a central point for the socialization and discussion of politics, sports, and other topics of interest. Of course, there was always music. Actually, Slimmo created a hub or a central place to socialize with friends, including my father, Mr. Peets, who lived across the street. We as children were always around, soaking up all the love, discipline, and the attraction of Slimmo and his friends and family. Yes, we were like one big family, and Slimmo was always in charge. Actually, we had the name that we called him, of course, behind his back was Crime Watch. So when it felt like, or when we felt like getting into mischief, we would be looking out for Slimmo, because, that was his nickname. But there was another name that really stuck with him, and he was respected and influential with us young folk. The not so young, meaning the adults in the area, and even the youngest of our family and friends, that we called him the mayor. Everybody knew him as the mayor of 022, and everybody respected and loved and admired the mayor. Slimmo really performed like a mayor, like Miss Fred or Senator Fred established earlier. Making sure the area was clean, no derelict cars, trash pickup, contact with the rest of the neighborhood residents. We all spoke. We were one big happy family. Frankly speaking, he's played a powerful role within our community. To me as a father figure and a disciplinarian, a good neighbor, hard worker, counselor, and ambassador, as well as businessman. Our childhood experiences with Slimmo were greatly influenced by my life being who I am today and all the other children that grew up in the area. He strongly believed in all of us, from my father being a DJ, to some of the biggest parties in St. Thomas, my interest became the same as well. It was a nonstop music community. Always music coming from all the different houses in the area. Slimmo was extremely instrumental in playing the foundation, especially when it came to me being who I am today. And we're thankful for the role that he played in everybody's life there in 022. To sum it up, he just loved the area, and we loved him. All right? Naming the road would make sure his legacy lasts throughout the end of time. 022 will always be indebted to Slimmo by naming this road the Ronald Alfonso Slimmo Blyden Drive. All right? And I'd like to thank the community, or the committee rather, for having me this opportunity to testify on his behalf and the bill's behalf.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Peets, for your testimony. I'm suspecting that you need to leave at this time,
Right.
and we are so sorry because we won't be able to ask you any probing questions, but you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Thank you for being here and being here on time. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Madam Chair.
We'll now proceed with receiving the testimony from the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Kindly proceed, Commissioner Gabriel.
Good morning, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other committee members, other senators in attendance, and the viewing and listening public. My name is Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. I wholeheartedly support Bill number 35-0273, honoring the life and legacy of Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden. This bill proposes naming Flamboyant Avenue, the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Drive, and naming the cul-de-sac Slimo Circle as a well-deserved tribute that reflects our community's deep respect and appreciation for him and the rich value he has provided for the Virgin Islands. Mr. Blyden, affectionately known as Slimo, was a committed educator, community leader, and entrepreneur. During his 36-year tenure at the Department of Education, he left a lasting impression on our territory's youth as a graphic arts specialist. Outside the Department of Education, he was also active in the tourism industry, working with notable hotels such as Blackbeard's Castle. He enjoyed freelance photography, capturing joyous moments of life in the Virgin Islands at weddings and graduations. As the owner of the popular nightclub Slimo's, he fostered a gathering spot for the community. His entrepreneurial spirit and his love of driving made him one of the busiest iconic chauffeurs around, including being called on for Puerto Rico's baseball superstar, the late Roberto Clemente. His life of service, steadfast dedication to community, and influence upon so many individuals will continue to resound for generations to come. Mr. Blyden and his family were proud members of the Old Tutu neighborhood, where he was a beloved figure to all and known as the mayor. His home was a focal point in this community and garnered respect from people young and old because of his relentless effort to make the neighborhood better and keep the roads safe for everyone. His commitment to his community allowed him to connect with other parts of neighborhoods in St. Thomas, such as Savan, Garden Street, and Mafli, just to name a few. He helped to shape the minds and hearts of countless Virgin Islanders with his goodness, generosity, and altruism. Naming the road from Estate Anna's Retreat to the Alvin McBean Ballpark in honor of Mr. Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden is a fitting tribute to a local hero who gave so much of himself to the Virgin Islands. The renaming of the street and cul-de-sac will remind us of his great work and commitment to the community that has inspired us today. It has been said that a community is only as strong as the people within, and Slimo has epitomized that truth. His life was marked by an unwavering support for his family and an unrelenting pursuit of making life better for all he associated with. His contributions did not stop at his profession or community leadership, but also extended into his role as a father and grandfather, passing these values on to the next generation. In closing, I ask the members of this committee to adopt Bill number 35-0273 to recognize Mr. Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden's extraordinary contributions toward the Virgin Islands. That completes this portion of my testimony today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you so kindly, Commissioner Gabriel, for placing your testimony and reading your testimony into the record. Now the chair would recognize Ms. Felicia Brownlow to read her testimony into the record. Kindly proceed, Ms. Brownlow.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished senators, all present in the chamber, families, friends, and those within the viewing audience. My name is Felicia Brownlow, and I am truly, excuse me, and it is truly please excuse me. And it is truly a pleasure for me to be asked to provide testimony on Bill number 35027, honoring Ronald Slimo Blyden, a dear and trusted friend. After graduating from Charlotte and Manley High School in 1962, before leaving for college, I worked during the summer at the Department of Education. Mr. Blyden also worked not very far from the printing division. I had the opportunity to observe his work ethics as he dealt with his co-workers and his external customers. He was helpful, dependable employee who later moved on to the production division of the Curriculum Center. His work areas was always immaculate. Later, however, I discovered that he reminded his customers that cleanliness is next to godliness. And he made sure that they did that. made sure that it was that he discovered, and he continued to do that. However, within short time, he picked up everything. In short time, he picked up everything. He put up a sign that said, "Pick up anything that you may have dropped on the floor." Without a doubt, Slimmer is surely a person who deserves to have the area in which he lived named in his honor. There is no question that Mr. Blyden was well known to his neighbors, who also assisted him in keeping their neighborhood clean and safe. Slimmer and his wife Eleanor opened their home to Anna's Retreat, where we refer to as Old Tutu, on Flamboyant Avenue, and Mikasa Esukasa became the mantra and hub of various social activities. Their home was the place to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, Christmas, or the welcome in the new year. As one of the founding members of the Jester Carnival troupe and the Party Hardies singing group, Slimmer was one of the catalysts, or the portion of the glue that cemented those organizations. Although I sang with the Voices of Love, which is a different one, a rival group, it was great participating in the It was great participating in the singing of carols as we tried to drown out Slimmer and his towel-wearing group on Christmas morning. I really appreciate I really feel sorry about this. I can't get this straight at all. He was a personable individual, known throughout the American and U.S. America and the British Virgin Islands, both the American and British Virgin Islands, for his slim stature, his infectious smile, and for being the life of the party. He truly loved these islands and his people. He shall forever be remembered for his participation, dedication, and commitment to maintaining our island's rich cultural customs and traditions. The family of Ronald Alfonso Slimmer Blyden, namely his wife Eleanor R. Blyden, his daughter Laverne C. Blyden, and son Ronald Blyden, as well as the slew of all the Virgin Islanders, are delighted to know that Senator Donna Fred Gregory saw it fit to recognize and commend Mr. Blyden by naming that street in his honor. I thank you for the opportunity to present this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brownlow. And now the chair will recognize Mr. Molito Smith. Mr. Smith, kindly proceed with reading your submitted testimony into the record.
Greetings, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairperson, 35th Legislature Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other members of this committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, and members of the listening and viewing public, including the family and friends of Mr. Ronald Alfonso Slimmer Blyden. I am Molito A. Smith, Jr., and I appear today in my personal capacity to provide testimony in support of Bill number 35-0273, proposed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory, an act honoring and commending Ronald Alfonso Slimmer Blyden posthumously for his years of service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, renaming Flamboyant Avenue in the state Anna's Retreat the Ronald Alfonso Slimmer Blyden Drive, and naming the cul-de-sac containing house addresses 129-27 through 129-34, Estate Anna's Retreat, Slimo Circle in his honor, and making $10,000 appropriation from the District Public Roads Fund to the Department of Public Works to erect proper signage. There is an African proverb that reads like this: the sun doesn't forget the village just because it is small. In essence, this proverb means that one's success can be measured in every small action that one undertakes each day that has the potential to reap huge benefits in the future. This proverb, in my view, most appropriately characterizes Slimo. He was a humble man who passionately paid painstaking detail to everyday small things that enhance the quality of life for his community. To provide some context to my relationship with Mr. Ronald Alfonso Blyden Sr., I had known Slimo for most of my adult life. His wife, Dr. Eleanor Penn Blyden, aside from being part of my vast extended family, is like my second mother. Therefore, by extension, Slimo was like my second dad, uncle, and mentor. More importantly, he was a good friend, whom I miss dearly. Slimo was a true Virgin Islands cultural ambassador. He loved all things of the Virgin Islands. He deeply loved our food, music, traditions, and people, especially his large circle of family and friends. His love of Virgin Islands culture was often captured in the myriads of photographs, musical recordings, and memorabilia that he collected, eagerly displayed, and shared with anyone interested in a good story about their origins. Among the things that he was most passionate about was the quality of life in the Virgin Islands, especially in St. Thomas, where he resided for his entire life. He was expressly concerned about the look and feel of the island, its cleanliness more particularly. Most specifically, as a member of the original households in the old Tutu neighborhood since 1964, he was a maverick when it came to maintaining a high quality of life in Old Tutu. He was a community and neighborhood advocate for maintaining high aesthetic quality that reflected high pride in the Virgin Islands. Slimo loved music of all genres, especially jazz, good calypso and Latin-rooted rhythms, as well as the Virgin Island sounds of Milo and the Kings, Eddie and the Movements, Mandingo Brass, and Imagination Brass. This was a passion we both shared. We would often spend considerable amount of time exchanging our extensive music collection with each other. Among my fondest memories with him is during the time when his wife, Mrs. Eleanor Penn Blyden, was out of the territory finalizing her doctoral work. Throughout this period, we spent extensive time often sharing music, discussing the affairs of the day, and always seeking ways to help improve the day-to-day quality of life in our neighborhoods and overall community. He was passionate about a high quality of life for everyone who called the Virgin Islands his or her home. I commend the proponent of Bill number 35-0273 in recognizing Mr. Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden, a generational son of the soil who exemplified the best attributes of our community and whose daily actions, however small, was testament to their potential to reap future success. In closing, I strongly support the approval of this measure and await any question that may arise from members of this committee. This ends my testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for reading into the record your testimony. Now the chair would recognize Mr. Darrell A. Lewis, Sr., to read your testimony into the record. Mr. Lewis,
Thank
kindly
you.
proceed with reading your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone. And before I go any further, Senator Carla Joseph, I'd like to personally congratulate you in coming back, being re-elected to serve in this Senate. And may God guide you.
Thank you.
What is left for me to say about Slimo? I don't think it's nothing too much. I did not write a personal testimony to put on record. I can only talk. Slimo,
From your heart.
first, he was one that introduced me to sing. He was the one that says, look, you're young, I am getting older, you're going to be the manager for my nightclub. And so said, that's how it was. We had a very good friendship. His wife, Ellie, I've never lost respect. And the day she called me about 2 or 3 weeks ago, don't ask me how they get my number, but they found it. And she called me and she said, would you mind coming and talking about Slimo? But right now, I would do it, but looking behind me with all the people here to support him, they don't need me. But anyhow,
You're
you know,
needed.
Slimo was a very personal, good friend of mine. I remember one time, Carnival, he says to me, I want you to drive this queen. I couldn't remember the queen in the Carnival parade. I make it as far as Palm Passage. And I jump out the car. He says, Slimo, take your car back here because they sound too damn hot. We used to have a real lot of jokes with Slimo, but one thing I remember personally with him, that man always sharp. His shoes, his pants, the crease in his pants. I mean, he was an exceptional person. He was like a father to me, you know. But on behalf of my family, to Ellie, Slimo Jr., Ronald, his daughter, it's a great honor to name that road or those roads after him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis, and for talking from your heart. And don't discount your relevance, because what you were being experienced with him was a mentor trying to guide you along to something positive, and it has worked in your life, because we know that you are a great singer. We'd now like to recognize and receive the testimony from the Honorable Myron Jackson, former Senator of the Legislature. Senator Jackson, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection, honorable members of the committee, honorable senators of the 35th Legislature, and fellow Virgin Islanders. I am former Senate President Myron D. Jackson, retired, a historian of the organization We From Upstreet Incorporated, and chairman of the Virgin Islands Museum, Civic and Cultural Center Incorporated. I'm hereby today, by invitation, to testify on Bill number 35-0273, an act honoring and commending Ronald Slimo Blyden posthumously for his decades of service and contributions to the Virgin Islands. I had the opportunity to personally know Slimo, as he was affectionately called, from my early childhood to his passing from this earthly life in 2000. Our community's oral history is steeped in the collected memory of its people. I grew up when Virgin Islands was experiencing significant social and economic growth and transformation. The boundaries of the historic town of Charlotte-Amalie and the established residential neighborhoods of Down Street, Savannah, Garden Street, Main Street, Long Path, Up Street, and Polyburg provided housing for the general population. This housing stock was primarily 19th and early 20th century, vernacular architecture, wooden cottages, and long row tenement housing in big yards with no indoor plumbing outdoor kitchens, outhouses, cisterns, community wells and reservoirs, public potable water standpipes, and saltwater toilets and hydrants. The Federal Urban Renewal Program was popular in cities across America in the 1950s and 60s after the passing of the 1949 American Housing Act, which created a federal program to fund the demolition of decaying neighborhoods referred to as slums and the construction of new public housing. The construction of Berg Home, Pearson Garden, Altona and Wells Guns, and the Oswald Harris Court, with federal and local funding assistance, represents the introduction of modern public housing and home ownership in the territory. One noted local private development effort resulted in the Lockhart's family's home ownership initiative that resulted in the subdivision of portions of Sugar Estate for returning veterans and an emerging middle class. The need for affordable home ownership was extended to the rural of Estate Tutu, Estate Bavoni, Estate Hope, Estate Bordeaux. Other homestead programs provided land and home ownership in the territory. Growing up in the upstreet community and residing in around the field allowed me and my siblings to be part of a community village. This is how I came to know the Penn and the Davis family of Glass Battle Alley and Berjagada, now Cyril Michael Street, which is the family clan of Slimo's loving companion and wife of over 40 years, Eleanor Penn Blyden. This union produced 2 children, a daughter, Laverne Blyden, and a son, Ronnie Blyden. Slimo's family lived in Pearson Garden, and he was the father figure for his siblings and his loving mother. His professional career with the Department of Education began in 1956 in Congan's Garda. Boys and young men in the society related to Slimo as a role model and a father figure. He was a proud and confident black man, always well-dressed, no nonsense, well-mannered, the best dancer on the dance floor, and with a keen eye for photography. He was a people's person and was an advisor and counselor to many. When the Blyden family relocated to Old Tutu, their family homestead became a meeting and gathering place for family, friends, neighbors, and newcomers. My visits to Old Tutu to visit my uncle, Valdemar Patches Peterson, and Aunt Pauline Peterson and cousins, living down the street from Slimo, bring back sweet memories of a tongue boy going to the country and experience a sense of freedom not afforded in my urban setting. Slimo loved entertaining, and his home was outfitted with a large patio which facilitated community annual observances, events, and celebrations. A yearly party or gathering at Slimo's house would not be missed. He was a music lover, and music lovers envied and loved his records and reel-to-reel collection. His home was a magnet. If you had a problem or a concern, Slimo would bend the air, offer you a drink and something to eat, and when you left, you were in a better place. I had many memorable visits with him. He can also be credited with the introduction of jazz concerts, annual jazz concerts from his home in Tutu. At a time when collective memory and oral history are rapidly disappearing with the passing of our elders and regrettably our young, Bill number 35-0273 is a fitting tribute to a man who loved his homeland passionately and quietly made a significant contribution to the betterment of his fellow man. On behalf of his wife, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, extended family members and friends, we say a heartfelt thank you to the bill sponsor, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for the introduction of Bill number 35-0273 and the anticipated committee, the Committee of the Whole, and passage by the entire body of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to visit and testify on Bill number 35-0273. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, former Senator and former President of the Legislature, the Honorable Myron Jackson, for your testimony. Colleagues, we have concluded receiving all our testimonies for today, in this block in particular. And I do have a question. I'm hoping that media is able to, I made this request to pull up a photo of Mr. Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden. Media, do you have that?
That's my
Do you have that photo that you can show? There we go.
That's my boy.
That's the gentleman we are here to discuss, and who this bill will be honoring posthumously. Media, if you could be so kind to try to get it on the monitors in the front so that we could possibly get to see it. If you are unable to, that would be great, or either one on the side. And we'll keep that photo up. Wonderful media, exceptionally great, so that people can see and we know who we are discussing today. With that, colleagues, we are going to proceed with one round of 3 minutes. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, are you still online? We can't hear you. Media, can you increase the volume on Senator Francis Heiliger's mic? We can see you, but we can't hear you. Try once again.
Oh, yeah.
Senator Francis Heiliger, we can't hear you. Try once again. Okay. We're still not hearing you, Senator Francis Heiliger. So I will proceed then with the next senator, Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, while we try to get that issue resolved. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay, we can't hear Senator Potter in the chambers here either. Try once again, Senator Potter. Okay, the committee will stand. One moment. Media is signaling. We're still encountering some technical issues. Senator Potter, try once again.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear from the Big Island, Senator Potter. Kindly proceed with your 3 minutes.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, we can. Oh, now everybody get everything sorted out. Senator Potter, we're going to put you on pause, okay? And then we'll proceed with Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, we could hear you now. Kindly proceed with your 3 minutes questioning.
You.
Great.
Thank you so much. Good day. I would like to say thank you to everyone that's here in attendance, to the testifiers, to good day to my colleagues, to the staff. As it relates to Bill number 350273, honoring and commending Slimo Blyden, I think for me over the years, I have heard of the things that he has done, especially in helping our community. You know, I took some time out to read the bill because I'm 51 years old. So when my colleague was talking about heading to clubs and stuff that he had owned, I was like, yeah, I was like her. I wasn't allowed to go there either. I might have been a minor still. But at the end of the day, I really did enjoy listening to the testimony and fully understanding why this honor is being bestowed upon Mr. Blyden. Sometimes, unfortunately, we might
1
do
minute.
things or we have to do things after the fact, posthumously, but it's still the fact that we're taking the time out to honor the individuals and continue sharing information about the different individuals in our community that have been a true blessing and continued to help build the Virgin Islands to what it is today. And when we were talking about the beautification of the island and how Mr. Blyden had an active role in making sure areas were cleaned and he wanted to make sure the island stayed beautified, you know, I think as a community, we have to do a much better job, whether it's through our different agencies, but mainly through our people, to really look at how our islands are becoming. You know, it's unfortunate and sad, even as a property owner, looking at various areas where, whether it's sewage, whether it's abandoned vehicles and boats and trash, we have to do better to make the Virgin Islands a better place. And I know we talk about our tourism products, but this is about people. This is about the very people that live here. And when you had people like Mr. Blyden that
30
took a lot
seconds.
of pride and loved his home, you know, we have to do better not only for ourselves, but in the memory of individuals such as that. So I don't have much questions. I want to continue to listen so I too can learn a lot more about this individual and what they contributed to our community and our society. And I just want to say thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I do have a question before I proceed with Senator Milton Potter to recognize him. I wanted to get a sense, especially from one of his neighbors, Mr. Smith. You lived in that area, and you testified. Well, we needed to. You met him and you knew him, and you frequent there, and also Mr. Lewis. Yeah. You met him. You knew the man, and just get a really good sense of the type of neighborhood it was during that time. That's what my question would be. What type of neighborhood? Because we are seeing a lot of deterioration of our neighborhoods. They are looking a lot run down. There's a lot of litter. The lawns, the grass is growing really high. Those immaculate lawns and kept lawns and areas is coming to be something of the past and not continuously of the present. And it's as though we are losing our pride as Virgin Islanders. Tell me, Mr. Smith, what you would draw away from what Mr. Blyden stood for in those years.
Melito Smith, while I didn't live in the area, family-owned property in the old Tutu area, up until, I guess, the last 15 years or so. The one thing about Slimo and the neighborhood was that he was a maverick about ensuring that the neighborhood was spotless, that he kept everyone in the neighborhood on the same page around keeping the neighborhood clean, but not just clean, but also having a sense of community in the neighborhood. Over the years, as one may imagine, when the older residents pass on. Often the children of these residents move away. They live away, and houses oftentimes become rental units, and the attention isn't the same by the people who may be living as tenants. And I think that's something that's not just particular to Old Tutu, but it's particular to a lot of areas where we have individuals or households that age in their particular communities. He was a pillar for ensuring that there was a sense of order in the community. If you think about the role of a mayor, informal as it may be, they tend to want to have a certain sense of structure, a certain sense of community, and a certain sense that everyone has a ownership and a pride in their individual areas that they may occupy, that it wasn't just about Slimo and his family and their areas, but really was more about a sense of community and neighborhood, and that's what I remember most about him when it came to the neighborhood pride that extended, even when we had an anti-litter and beautification commission program, it extended throughout the island through that type of program. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lewis, you wanted to add anything?
Yes, I could remember Slimo. I have a couple grandkids that live in that area. And every time I go in to either visit them or pick them up or whatever, while driving in, my head does turn to the left because I just want to make sure that Ronald Jr. keep that property the way his father used to keep it. And I still can't meet him today and tell him, listen, the yard need to clean, you know. It always was kept neat. But today, as you go in further past Mr. Blyden's house, send help. Send help. I mean, we have allowed it to just deteriorate and fall down. And who do you blame? You don't blame outsiders, you blame us. People that was entrusted with the power to deal with that situation. Oh, that ain't my problem. It is your problem. This is where you're born at. And these words is what Slimo would tell you too. My son cleaned the place up. That would have been him. Where the nightclub was, around that area, if it took $5 for him to pay, and this is back in the 70s I'm talking about, for him to give $5 to a homeless, yes, we did have homeless back then, not as much as we do today, to just make sure the cups, the cans, the bottle after the club has closed, to clean up the area, that's what Slimo will do. Cleanliness, as Madam said, cleanliness is next to godliness. That's all I could really say about Slimo, and I wish one day we can get back to keeping our islands clean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I echo your sentiments. It's an overarching challenge and problem. It's a major problem we have here, wherein we think because it's not our neighborhood, but it is our neighborhood. It starts at home within our neighborhood, and the government cannot do everything. But with all of us together, we can do all things. Yep. All things. And I will always say, through Christ who strengthens us. I would like to now recognize Senator Milton Potter for your 3 minutes. Senator Potter, kindly proceed.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and to the testifiers who are before us today. Madam Chair, I absolutely rise in support of Bill number 35-0273 to honor and commend Mr. Ronald Slimo Blyden for his achievements and contributions to the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've always said that it is imperative that progressive communities honor, recognize, big up, support those among us who have made significant achievements to this community. And without question, Slimo Blyden is one of those individuals. His name is really synonymous with everything good in our community. As we know, he was a 36-year educator, as a graphic arts specialist, tourism industry worker,
1 minute.
famous nightclub owner, and I learned today that he was a prominent chauffeur for Roberto Clemente, the famous Hall of Fame baseball player. We know him as the mayor of Old Tutu, an unofficial title that was given to him just because of his love and commitment and dedication to that community. I wanted to just ask one question, just out of my curiosity, to Commissioner Gabriel. When we go through the process of renaming roads in the community, how does that work? How do you handle that? When the street names are changed, particularly in terms of updating maps and the like. How do you work in conjunction with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, cadastral? I don't know. So I just want to give you an opportunity to share with us how that would work.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. Yes, we typically do. There's been a few instances where I think they usually pay attention, and the different internet platforms that offer maps or in directions or
30
instructions, they
seconds.
usually pay attention and usually update those as soon as the resolution is made. But we also speak with the Lieutenant Governor's office, as you indicated.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Commissioner. I mean, without question, I don't have any more questions. This is a no-brainer. I am going to sign on as a sponsor of this initiative to honor and commend our very own Mr. Slimo Blyden. I am very familiar with his family, very own Dr. Ellie Blyden, his two educators, his children are Ronald and Lavon. So I think it is awesome that we would now be driving on a road that will, have his name personally or permanently etched, just based on the tremendous contributions that he's made to this community. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. At this time, the chair will recognize the vice chair of this committee, Senator Javon James Sr., for your 3 minutes. Senator James Sr., kindly proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's nice to see everyone here in support of this measure. Who I want to pick on a little bit is former Senator Myron Jackson. Welcome back home. You understand the process. Many times people want to know, what are these guys doing down here again, honoring somebody? I just want to hear from your mouth as a person who understands the process. In absence of what you said in your testimony, I'm going to give you this opportunity to let the world know, the community know, things that we should know of this individual who we're honoring today. Anything that was not mentioned that you know for sure that you would like to place on the record, which makes him deserving of this honor. Can you place that on the record? Former Senator Myron Jackson.
Well, I think everything has been said. Not everything.
1 minute.
But one of the factors of honoring a man like Slimo Blyden was he was a working class man. And he quietly made his contribution, through his work in the Department of Education, through being a cultural ambassador and tradition bearer, through his commitment to the Virgin Islands and believing in the place that he loved dearly, that being a citizen also came with responsibilities. It meant that you not only took care of your family, but you also took care of your community. And it also meant that where you lived, you clean the street, you cut the grass, you beautify it, and you encourage others in the community to set those standards. And that's national pride. And that's what we're talking about this morning, is the lack of it in the territory today.
Well, thank you for placing that on the record. But what really stood out to me, and I just want to place it here, is if anybody can
30 seconds.
give us some more information. His 36 years of service as a graphic artist specialist in the public school system. If anyone on here today can give us some more information on what that looked like, because 36 years is a huge commitment. I'm 37. You know what I'm saying? So I would like for somebody to tell me what that 36 years looked like. Anyone has that information that can place on the record? Anyone can speak to that? No? Look like we have to bring somebody out to the gallery. And it's a reason why I'm asking this.
Time.
It's important that we place these things on the record. It becomes part of history. And when you speak about 36 years, I think that's what stood out the most to me in this resolution. And I want to make sure that the younger generation understands the importance of committing themselves to something, sticking to it, and through that hard work, you get honored, you get reward, but you don't do it for that. You do it for the love of your community, and in return, your community honors you and respect you. But if no one is here to be able to speak on that, this resolution is a no-brainer to me. I just want to salute the sponsor of this measure, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the conversation. And thank you, Senator Jackson, for coming back home.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, for your line of questioning. Madam Clerk, kindly place 30 minutes on the clock for me, and I'll try to stay within that time frame. What we are talking today about is an honor, and I love when we honor our very own, a son of the soil, who has contributed not only to his home area where he was labeled as a mayor, but also to our culture. I understand from reading that he was one of the founders of the Jesters Carnival Troupe, which still exists today. That's a legacy. We have such a strong legacy of persons who founded organizations and founded troops. And we think it's an easy thing. When you're a part of an organization, it's never easy to pull all of the people together and then keep that legacy rolling. What I really appreciate also was Mr. Lewis, your comment that his son lives there in that same area. And he still lives there. Is his son here with us, Mr. Ronald?
He's there.
If you could, Sergeant of Arm, if you could bring him into the gallery, because yes, your descendant, into the gallery, please. Sergeant, into the gallery. You can have him seated here where Senator Bolkes seats. It is very important because I don't think we understand something that is very keen about legacy. There's a saying sometimes, and it states that when you pass, grass grow at your door. The legacy that you have worked hard to build, it's gone. It's no more. But I wanted to invite you up, Mr. Blyden Jr.
Time.
And I'm out of my time. And ask you just one question. What one thing that you noted about your father, and what have you carried on as part of his legacy? Because it's very important. It's very critical. That legacy of building, that legacy of caring for your community and caring for your fellow man and family is critical. It's something that we are losing. Mr. Blyden.
Thank you for your time. I have a lot of reasons. why-
Media, one moment, Mr. Blyden. Media, kindly recognize his mic, and Mr. Blyden, pull the mic closer to you. It's a friend. We want to be able to capture what you're saying. Kindly proceed. And also, place your name on the record before you begin.
Good morning. My name is Ronald A. Blyden Jr., also known as Rap Jr., also known as Coach, also known as Ronnie, also known as all kinds of other nicknames associated with the Virgin Islands. I thank you for your time. If I learned anything from my father was many things he did, I did not do, but at the same time, I did the same thing he did. I learned that humor keeps people happy. It deflects a lot of bad negativity. I learned that taking care of people, you'll get that in return. I also learned that understanding that enforcement, whether the person who's being enforced like it or not, needs to be done. I've learned that cleanliness is next to godliness. Not so much to be immaculate, but just to simply pick up things that's around you. And one of my biggest problems I have as a society right now, and we mentioned it earlier, is I have a problem with our people, waiting for some other agency to do it for them. And I remember many times during hurricane seasons when we had debris everywhere, our neighborhood literally pick up all the trees and put them in one stack, all the metal, put them in one location, all the other debris and put it in one location. We just wait for Public Works to pick it up. We didn't wait for Public Works to come in, clean the yard, cut the trees, trim hedges. No, we did it ourselves because that was a sense of community. And if I couldn't do it, a neighbor would step in and help. If the neighbor couldn't do it, another neighbor would step in and help. So we got to the point where every neighbor knew each other, to a point where we were not nosy people, to put it that way. We wasn't in people's business. But if we saw something wrong at the neighbor's house, we bring it to their attention. And that's the difference between now and in the past. In the past, everybody knew each other. Everybody looked out for each other, but we didn't care what was going on inside your house. You know what I mean? But today, we have people in your house, in social media, telling the whole world what's going on. And that's a major problem that we have. So we have lost trust in our society in terms of keeping information to yourselves, keeping your privacy to yourselves. And at the same time, what I do every Sunday, just to follow my father's footsteps, where the house is located, I purchased a house right next door to it. From Gomez School all the way to the top of the hill before you enter into 022, every Sunday, Monday, or Sunday evening, I make it a point to walk out of my house, walk down the street, pick up all the garbage, cups, papers, debris, things that don't grow, double back, come up the hill, do the same thing, put it in a garbage bag, wait for the garbage pickup. And I do that every Sunday. And if I miss a Sunday, I do the next Sunday. But for the most part, I don't tell people what to do, but I just set examples. And I remember back in my education days as an educator teaching in my classroom, I've had many teachers or colleagues came in my classroom and literally, some were mad, some were impressed, but some always ask the question, Mr. Blyden, you always keep this classroom so neat, man. I said, well, that's how I am. Everything was always in its place. Like you walk into a department store, you know where the shoe is, where the shirt is, where the belt is, where the socks are located. Everything has its place. So in that sense, I get irritated when my father always used to mention things. His favorite word was enforcement. Yep. Enforcement. We have a lot of laws in the books. We have a lot of laws written. And all we're doing is amending them. But if you, for example, I had a student, I'll give you a good example. I had a student during Carnival. It was a case where Jamban was having issues with the general public being violent, crime, and they issued us a curfew during the Carnival. Every one of my students asked me the obvious question: St. Thomas have a curfew? Because they were always out in the streets for years. But there was always a curfew law, but no one enforced curfew. So to the point where all the students on the campus literally didn't know how to curfew. So the enforcement of curfew was not even existing, but there was one. You see? But that was one of our main problems, enforcement.
I want to really thank you. I'm glad I called you up because you said, I really am. I know you were a bit reluctant, but I'm glad that I called you up because you placed on the record something that is essential to what our Virgin Islands culture is and should continue to be. We're losing it. We're losing it, but you said you don't talk a lot. You try to demonstrate and act, and so others could follow. I hope persons are listening so that we could take charge of our neighborhoods. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Madam Chairwoman, for this opportunity. Today we honor the legacy of a fine Virgin Islander, a well-deserving Virgin Islander, a notable Virgin Islander. As I listened to the conversation, I heard things like he was a individual, a working class man, a regular community man. I heard he was a cultural ambassador. And of course, we know that he was definitely committed to the improvement of the U.S. Virgin Islands. He was a community man. We heard from his son all of the important things that he instilled in him and the fact that he's still doing some of the things that his dad did. So you're a good copyright. Yes. But most importantly, many times when we do these honors and commends, we hear in our community, oh, that's all that the legislature does. And I remember when a good former Senate President Jackson sat in the legislature in my first term, he would always talk about the importance of recognizing and acknowledging those that came before us and the work that they've done. So, you know, in this instance, and in all instances when we honor individuals, we take our responsibility and our obligation seriously because it's also our job to make sure that the legacy of those that came before us, the legacies of those that have made significant contributions to our community, to the Virgin Islands, that we remember them. Because if we don't do that, then all of our history, all of our culture will be lost. So when folks, you know, make those comments, I don't think that they look at the broader picture. So I'm proud today to bring this measure in support of, or in honor rather, of Mr. Slimo Blyden. One of the things that I note, and we're going to have to amend this measure, it was just shared with me with a former senator, that Mr. Blyden actually owned the only print shop in the Virgin Islands at one point in time. See, I'm too young to remember that. And that's where individuals would place their booklets for funerals, programs. That's where all of that occurred. But Laverne, you didn't tell me that. You missed that one. And interestingly enough, it was also shared, and I have to make sure that I verify this, that the print shop was actually where the Department of Property and Procurement print shop is now. Yep. So that is in fact something that's very notable. So at that time we didn't have no office marks, no color marks, no none of those things. So he was the person that made sure that we were able to have funeral booklets and program booklets here in this district. So let me ask you, I know I have 30 seconds. And I just want to thank his family for allowing him for sharing him with us and allowing him to do all the things that he did here in this district. I don't really have any questions, but now that the conversation was brought up about the instilling national pride. I just want to ask, and I want to ask everyone at the table very quickly, because this honoree is one that is all about national pride. How do we, as Virgin Islanders, how are we now able, now that we've gone down this road
Time.
where, may I complete, Madam Chair?
You may proceed, Senator.
Where national pride clearly is a challenge and shouldn't be a challenge. How do you see, or how are we able to bring back national pride in our community as Virgin Islanders? Are we going to start with our Commissioner of Public Works? Very quickly, what are your thoughts around that?
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I think honorariums like this are a huge start. I think, you know, you have to go a step further by making sure our future generations actually know who these people are, right? And that's why I loved the fact that the chairperson put up a picture of Mr. Blyden. Really helping our future generations to understand the commitment and the show of pride that these Virgin Islanders had on trying to reinstitute that, I think is key.
I really can't say I have an answer, but because when you think about it, the community now is so different than it was before. It's so difficult for us to be able to have conversations even with younger people or stuff like that. So I don't really have an answer as to how to go about get that done.
Okay.
Melito Smith. I think there are basically three pillars to that question. The first is that we have to demonstrate respect for each other. Okay, you know, we can't say that we're going to promote pridefulness in our community if we don't begin by demonstrating pridefulness and respect and the basic courtesies to one another. The second is something that Ronnie Jr. brought up, and that is we have to enforce the type of structure that we want for this community. There is enough of the legal stuff on the books that we need to show that if it's important to us to have a certain type of community and society, it should be important enough to be enforced and be enforced fairly and across the board. The third is, you know, we just really have to focus on, get back to the basic things that are important to all communities. And that is family, civics, you know, the teaching of the fact that we all are connected in community beyond just the fact that we may live next to each other, that there are obligations that we have to being a citizen or a resident of a place. There are obligations beyond just existing in that space. And the fourth, if I may say, is, you know, I'll give you this one example, and then I'll kind of close out. Yesterday, I'm a person, I read a lot. One may not know, but I read, I write, I spend a lot of time looking at Caribbean, listening to and looking at Caribbean literature. So yesterday, I took a couple hours, and I took my birthday day, which was yesterday, and I took a couple hours and really was just looking through the archives, both online and otherwise, at Caribbean-based poetry and the different artists and different writers and so forth. And one surprise that I walked away with is that of all the writings about Caribbean poetry, and this is our space, there is nothing about beauty, and there's nothing about joy. There is nothing really about contentment or peace. So we have to begin, I guess, I believe, in a language that speaks to the type of space that we want. And the language has to be about cooperation, has to be about the things that are of beauty and that are of value to us, and we need to reinforce those. Once we do these things, I believe it sets the framework for all the other hard work that we have to do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice.
Thank you, Darrell Lewis, again. Before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge that Mr. Blyden do have right here in this legislature a grandson that's in waste management. He's a waste management officer. Okay, and I'd like to thank him for the work that he's doing, because he's following in his grandfather's footsteps. I personally did that job in removing abandoned cars, not just St. Thomas, but also St. John and St. Croix, for over 20 years. And it's happening, but not the way it should happen. And as Ronnie Jr. says, cleanliness, enforcement, okay, makes Limo feel good in his grave that enforcing the cleanliness of our islands. All right, but that's a hard job to do, because we have different people coming from different part of the world, that's how they live. They just throw down everything. We have officers out there on patrol. Will see us, so any one of us in here driving with a bag of garbage on the roof, the garbage will fall out, but they'll go faster. I mean, come on, man. Let's keep our island clean, please. Mr. Joseph Slimo, grandson, that's an enforcement officer with that. Go a step further, your grandfather will like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson, and then we'll close out with Mr. Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I believe that national pride comes in various degrees of how you lift a community and how a community has a sense of its own identity and responsibility to passing what has been inherited onto their young or to future generations. So I think that government entities play a significant role in the advancement of a sense of pride, that our cultural institutions are supported and funded, that our natural environment is protected and cared for. That include our public institutions like our school plants, our grounds. You pass a school, it's full of grass. It's not beautified. This is where you send your children. And thus, garbage collection and the deplorable condition of waste management and how we collect garbage in this territory speak very much to national pride. It includes our ability to care for our public cemeteries. We have a public cemetery with no wall around it. That's the entry into the town of Charlotte Omni. Some people think it's a pauper's ground. We could do better as a community. It didn't take much to put up a decent wall or a fence around the cemetery and properly care and manage for our public cemeteries. That educational programs be instituted that foster national pride. Clean up. Every month you have where you could bring your garbage out and your three-dimensional litter. Every day we go to our garbage bins, there's three-dimensional construction litter all over the place. How do you foster national pride? Government plays a significant role in setting the tone for that and making sure that its citizens understand that. And any progressive society, whether it be Europe, Africa, and North America, South America, the Caribbean, the islands that practice it, you see the difference. You hear the difference. They articulate a difference. And the Virgin Islands is no different. And it starts with us, united in pride and hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. And finally, Mr. Blyden.
We'll follow up on all of that.
You'll do well. We have every confidence in you.
I'm not really a public speaker, but I know what we're talking about is there's a famous saying. People always say that you have a lot of people coming from other islands, other Caribbean islands, from different locations, And I always tell them to be proud of where you're from, but always respect where you are. And it's a basic concept when you're talking about, I'm from 022, but if I go into Savannah, I respect Savannah. If someone from Bovoni is proud to be a Bovoni person, they respect Nada. So it doesn't matter where you are, but be proud of where you are, but respect where you are. Oh, no, be proud of where you're from, or respect where you are. So even though I lived in the mainland in Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee, and all these other places, I didn't exactly like to live there, but I respect their people. I respect the people who were there, even though the individuals who I used to supervise, who are bona fide rednecks, came in to work with guns, gun racks, rifles. The N-word would pop up every once in a while. I understood them to a point where I respected them, but I didn't hate them. I understand their culture, but I didn't hate them for being who they are. One of our problems that we have in the Virgin Islands is that we need to take pride in ourselves as individuals and as a community, and it doesn't take much to drop a candy bar or candy wrapper and pick it back up. And what I'm going to also say is that we are a product of our environment. And by saying that, there's an old-time term where you said people are nice, nasty. And you hear that term many times where they walk out of the house, they're clean, they're sharp, everything is in place, but you don't want to go to the house. It's a messy place. So to keep that in mind, if it all starts from your home, if you take pride in cleaning your bedroom, you will take pride in cleaning your living room. And then you take pride in cleaning your house. And you take pride in cleaning outside of the house. And when you take pride in cleaning outside of your house, you take pride in cleaning the neighborhood. And then the community. And before you know it, you clean the whole island. So it starts from within. You see, and we have a tendency of being so dependent that if something is dropped, if the wind blows this down and drop it in the ground, that ain't my fault, I ain't throwing it there. That's somebody else's job to pick it up. And I've learned in China and Japan, they do not have custodian workers in their schools. They do not. And every class in China rotates in cleaning the campus. So by the time my class, for example, clean the campus, I would encourage the other classes not to make a mess, because when my turn comes around to clean, I have less to clean. So the campus is always clean. Always. If you go to any Oriental person's home, you take your slippers off and you walk in. The place is always clean. So there's a culture that they have adapted where it's a no-brainer to keep your place clean. And they don't have to wait for somebody else to do it for them. They take care of it themselves. So with that in mind, I thank the committee, all the testifiers for being here. I'm surprised there's not more people in the audience, because my father was one of those kind of guys who was a magnet, who would draw all people from all kind of places to the house, to a point where I couldn't sleep half the time, music playing. And I used to get away and go down to McBean Park and play ball. Come back to the house and still people in the house. My parents sleeping, and people who were at the party as visitors taking care of the home. They are washing dishes, they're cleaning, they're sweeping, they're mopping. My parents sleeping, get up in the morning, cook breakfast. It's another day. And that was like that almost every other weekend. There was no problem for the neighbors to come down and visit, and we go to the neighbors to go up and visit. Like Tony T mentioned, as a neighbor, we played marbles together on a regular basis. You know, it was not uncommon for all of us to be in somebody's yard playing marbles. So, I thank everybody for being here, and I'm proud to be a Slimo Jr., a Rap Jr., Slimo 2, all the other nicknames I've gotten. But I want to make sure that everybody respect his name. And even though when they call me Slimo, I always remind them that's his name, not mine. So I'm proud to know that he has his name, he earned his nickname, and I'm not going to tell you how he did it, but he earned his nickname, so I'm not a Slimo. I'm a Ronald Jr. Okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald Blyden Jr. At this time, colleagues, we have exhausted all of our testimonies and questioning on this bill, bill number 35-0273. Do I hear a motion? Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your motion. Media kindly recognize Senator James's mic.
1, 2. Madam Chair and colleagues, on behalf of Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, I move that bill number 35-0273, an act honoring and commending Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden posthumously for his years of service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, renaming Flamboyant Avenue in Estate Honors Retreat the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden Drive, and naming the cul-de-sac containing house address 129-27 through 129-34 Estate Honors Retreat, Slimo Circle in his honor, and making a $10,000 appropriation from the district public fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage, be voted on in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0273 has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr. and seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on bill number 35-0273.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0273, an act honoring and commending Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden posthumously for his years of service and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, renaming Flamboyant Avenue in Estate Honors Retreat, the Ronald Alfonso Slimo Blyden Drive, and naming the cul-de-sac containing house addresses 129-27 through 129-34 Estate Honors Retreat, Slimo Circle, in his honor, and making a $10,000 appropriation from the District Public Road Fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. At this time, I will ask that all of the testifiers, including you, Mr. Blyden Jr., close us out with a 30 seconds closing remark. We will begin with Commissioner Derek Gabriel.
Good morning and thank you, or good afternoon, and thank you for passing this measure. We look forward to future honorariums and continuing to work with this body to honor Virgin Islanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blyden. Ms. Brownlow?
Yes.
Gabriel, I'm sorry. Ms. Brownlow?
Thank you. I also give my, I think it's more than I expected. I'm very happy that this has happened, that it's a yes, and we look forward to being as, I look forward to it being well. That's it.
Thank you so much,
Can't
Ms.
find words.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brownlow. Your sentiments are appreciated. Mr. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I'd just like to commend the proponent and the members of the committee who are present today for its vote of approval, and we look forward to approval through the rules and the full body in the next steps coming forward. This is well-deserved, and I look forward and hope that other worthy Virgin Islands or Virgin Islanders are considered for these type of recognition. Thank you, and thank you to the family.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Mr. Lewis, you're recognized for your 30 seconds
I'd
closing
like
remark.
to thank the legislature and this committee for doing the right thing. I'd like to thank his family for keeping up the tradition of Slimo. You know, there's nothing else could be said about a great person. A person that really looked out for me when I was much, much younger. You know, but Slimo, it come in public work before I go. I don't think $10,000 is enough. I think the whole road need to pave and everything. So if you could find another 10, go ahead. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. Senator Myron Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsor for the introduction of this bill. I want to also thank the family for the invitation as well as the committee to testify. It's good being here and being part of the process. This is how it's done to make a difference. We could talk all we want, but at the end of the day, how do you promote? How do you advance? How do you memorialize? How do you have memory? And it's done through this process. So thank you very much. And I have no doubt that the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and the full body will pass this measure favorably. So thank you.
Thank you so much, former Senator Myron Jackson. And now, Mr. Ronald Blyden Jr., you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
I think it's going to be less than 30 seconds, but I want to thank everybody for honoring my father on behalf of my family. I'm going to try to keep up the tradition as much as I possibly can. Try to encourage the general public to do the same. Not so much to follow my footstep or his footstep, but just to be proud of your island and take care of it. I've always encouraged many people that you have property, keep it, own it, take care of it. Just as simple as that. As opposed to fighting and complaining and whining and family disputes and who gonna buy this and who gonna take this and who gonna take that and who gonna take this. Just take care of the property, you know. And eventually, because you didn't come in the property in the world without property, you're gonna leave without it. But while you're here, take care of it. I just want to thank everyone who testified and those who are responsible for the bill. And I want to thank all the people who came to visit and to represent my father on behalf of my father and the rest of my family. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blyden. And now all of the testifiers are released from providing testimony before the committee. And we are going to take a very brief recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 2 of today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, 11:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0298, an act honoring and commending Darrell A. George Sr., colloquially known as Mousy, posthumously for his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands as a firefighter, first responder, mentor, and a director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services. Renaming the Tango Company Fire Station the Darrell A. Mousy George Sr. Fire Station, in his honor, and appropriating $10,000 from the Business and Commercial Properties revolving fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage. This bill is sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory and Angel L. Boques Jr. Invited testifiers, Mr. Antonio Stevens, the Director of VI Fire and Emergency Medical Service, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of VI Port of Authority, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works, Mr. Kevin Williams, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor, Tene George, the daughter of the late Mr. Darrell A. George Sr., and Deborah Hazelwood, a resident. This ends the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0298?
I do, Madam Chairwoman.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, kindly proceed with your introduction of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Chairwoman, for the opportunity to speak on Bill number 35-0298. The showing of the Virgin Islands VIMS here this afternoon is very overwhelming for me. It's very overwhelming. This is amazing that you would see the leadership here supporting a man that actually worked with them for many years and eventually became their boss, their supervisor, their leader. Usually you don't see this, so that's why I'm a little taken aback. So I want to thank you all for being here and, for remaining interested, remaining true to the legacy, rather, of Darrell A. George Sr., affectionately known as Mousy. This afternoon, I bring before you Bill number 35-0298, a bill that intends to honor and commend the late Darrell A. George for his outstanding service and his dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. And when I say people of the Virgin Islands, I mean the people of the Virgin Islands. He was a member of a resident of the St. Thomas St. John district. However, his service spanned throughout the territory. From my perspective, from where I sit, Darrell A. George, better known as, or affectionately known as Mousy, was a legend in his own right. This bill seeks to recognize his contributions as a firefighter, a first responder, a mentor, and of course, eventually becoming the director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Service. But also, it also speaks to his community service and the fact that he loved the Game of Thrones, no, not the Game of Thrones, the game of politics. He loved politics, and he was an integral part of many campaigns, particularly gubernatorial campaigns here in this district, and we can't forget that. So he will be missed on the road when it comes to the politics as well, not only within the work that he did professionally, but the work that he did as a community activist and one that loved politics. He joined the fire services at a young age. I believe I understood that he was a member of the junior firefighters, and he literally worked his way up to becoming the director in 2019. And, that in itself is a testament that Virgin Islanders, young men in particular, can be all that they want to be, all they can be. If you think it, you can achieve it. And in this instance, he is a testament, or was a testament to that. His leadership was pivotal in merging the Virgin Islands emergency medical services with the fire services and forming VIFEMS. He modernized the fleet, established the strategic fire stations, and mentored future generations, always mentored future generations through the Junior Firefighter Program. Sadly, he passed away suddenly in 2023. But, in the months prior to that, he did what he loved. He was on the line, literally doing what he loved. Well, he was a director, and that also speaks volumes to his leadership. We know that he was on the line with the fire that we had at the Bavoni landfill, and he remained diligent in fighting that particular disaster that we had here in St. Thomas. I recalled having a conversation with him a few days before he passed. And we were actually at an event in Frenchtown. I think it was a baseball game, and the Frenchtown bar had their regular cookout that they would have outside from time to time. Actually, you know what? That's not true. It was Henry Richardson's birthday. That's what it was. And I noted that he was not himself. And I went over and we chatted. I said, "What's going on with you, man?" He said, "I'm not feeling that well, but I'm going to go to the doctor in November." And I said, "Why don't you go now?" He was like, "Nah, I got a lot of work to do in I have a lot of work to do in my office, and I really have to get it done, so November for sure." And, I walked away feeling a little uncomfortable about our conversation because I could see that he wasn't feeling well. But again, this is why it's important for us to acknowledge and honor those who have given so much of themselves. If you ask me, and I'm sure certain if you ask those that are in the audience with us today, he died doing what he loved, serving the people of the Virgin Islands and fighting fires. He did. Bill number 35, that's 0298, proposes to rename the Tango Fire Station to the Darrell A. Mousy George Senior Fire Station, which is a fitting honor for a man like this. It also appropriates the necessary funding for this naming. My fervent hope is that his legacy, his dedication, and his service will continue to inspire not only those of us that are here today, and when I say here today, in the Virgin Islands today, but also young Virgin Islanders and future Virgin Islanders who are not born yet. My hope is that his legacy will inspire those. Colleagues, I seek your support on bill number 35-0298 to honor this Virgin Islands legend, a hero of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, for that introductory remarks. We have a plethora of testifiers here, especially from VI FEMS, and so I'm going to ask, and beginning with my left, your right, the first person here, to place your name on the record, your name and title on the record, and we'll just go full circle.
Good afternoon, Senator. Magabi Calix, Deputy Chief of Operations for the Island of St. John.
Thank you and welcome.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Thank you and welcome again.
Good afternoon, Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief, Operations, St. Thomas.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Lyle Levin, Assistant Director of Emergency Medical Services, VI FEMS.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator. Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon,
Pull
Madam.
closer to the mic, yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Deborah Hazelwood, Paraprofessional, Department of Education.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator. Tinny George, daughter of Dara George.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Libertaitis, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Pull the mic closer to you because the reporting is being done remotely, so we want to assure that everybody is heard and they can capture your name.
Good afternoon, Senator Libertaitis, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Thank you and welcome. So we have the fire chiefs from St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix present here today with us, as well as the director. We will begin by first receiving the testimony from Director Antonio Stevens. Director Stevens, you can kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other distinguished committee members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 35-0298, an act posthumously honoring Director Darrell A. George Sr. and renaming Tango Company the Darrell A. Mousy George Sr. Fire Station. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is in full support of the proposed legislation and is grateful to this body for recognizing the contributions of one of our agency's most transformative leaders. Fueled by an intense love for his home and the agency he viewed as an extended family, Director George worked tirelessly to improve VIF EMS and the Virgin Islands community. His legacy is undeniable and can be seen in our fleet, our facilities, and every other facet of our operations. There is no one more deserving of having their name publicly and permanently linked to VIF EMS. Director George was first introduced to the fire service as a youth through the Junior Firefighter Program. That experience sparked a lifelong commitment to the program, to the agency, and to service. His career with fire service spanned more than 2 decades and was marked by professional excellence. During his time as a firefighter, he earned Employee of the Year and served as union president for several years. After transitioning through the roles of special assistant and assistant director, he worked on key projects including installation of structures to house the ladder trucks and the construction of the Emil Berry and Omar Brown fire stations. As director, he led with vision, compassion, authenticity, and humility. Although results-driven, he viewed employees as people first and fostered a sense of community and family within the agency. He maintained an open-door policy and was always willing to listen to and consider a new idea of suggestion. Committed to achieving organizational excellence, he continuously sought ways to improve the agency. Along with the executive team, he developed strategic plans to address the fire service's weaknesses and to enhance its operations. Once executed, these plans led to major successes such as the filling of critical vacancies and the modernization of our fleet. One of Director George's most notable achievements was the role of integration of VIAMS and the fire service. A longtime proponent of this change, he championed the integration as director and successfully implemented Act 8545, creating the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. He also advanced the creation of a Marine unit and secured funding from this body to procure a fireboat with the capability of extinguishing marine fires. The vessel was recently completed and is scheduled to arrive in the territory before the end of this year. Regardless of the position he held within the agency or his level of responsibilities, Director George remained committed to the Junior Firefighter Program, serving as a program coordinator until 2016. As director, he worked to ensure the coordinators had the support they needed for the program. Darrell A. George Sr. was an exceptional leader who took great pride in the profession of emergency response and the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. His dedication was unmatched. He not only guided the agency through major changes, but also through major challenges, such as the death of firefighter Casey Calwood in the line of duty and the Bavoni landfill fires. He was undaunted in his pursuit of excellence and inspired those under his command to do the same. There are no words to describe our gratitude to him. The honor this bill seeks to bestow is only fitting for a man who gave us so much, and to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service and the Virgin Islands community. As previously stated, we are in full support of the proposed legislation. We only ask that the spelling of his nickname be corrected. This concludes my testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and for considering this meaningful recognition of Director George's extraordinary legacy.
Thank you so kindly, Director Stevens, for your testimony. At this time, we will recognize the Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, to read your testimony into the record. Commissioner Gabriel, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other committee members in attendance, other senators in attendance, and the viewing and listening public. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, and I am delighted and honored to testify before you today in support of Bill number 35-0298, which seeks to pay tribute to the late Darrell A. Mousy George Sr. for his lifelong dedication to the Virgin Islands community. Today, I speak not only as a resident of this territory and the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, but as someone who was genuinely moved and personally impacted by the contributions of Mr. George to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Darrell A. George Sr. was more than just a public servant. He was a brave firefighter, a bold first responder, a wise mentor, an ardent leader, and a true friend. Being a cornerstone for over 20 years, his selfless commitment to the safety and well-being of our community through the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services was exceptional. His work ethic, humility, sense of humor, and service inspired generations of first responders. For years, Director George led and shaped the Junior Firefighters Program, creating a direct pipeline for many to enter the fire services. Director George didn't just drill the mechanical aspects of firefighting. He also instilled the core values of service, sacrifice, and selflessness, and created a family environment. He mentored young people who became leaders, many now serving as firefighters, paramedics, and other emergency responders in our community. One aspect of his lasting legacy is his ardent support for the Fire and Emergency Services merger, which was finally achieved under his leadership as director. Besides an exemplary career in public safety, Director George has been a pillar in the Virgin Islands community. He served for years as a president of the International Association of Firefighters Union, advocating for better treatment and professional opportunities for firefighters and first responders. His advocacy extended into his political involvement. If Mausi was involved in your political campaign, you supported his efforts to improve emergency services, preparedness, and response. Bill number 35-0298 serves as an appropriate and significant way to memorialize the life of Darrell A. Mausi George Sr., naming the Tango Company Fire Station in Fortuna will be vital to guarantee that future generations understand his enormous influence on our community. This bill recognizes not only his decades of service, but also provides a permanent honor that will inspire everyone who reads his name. The appropriation of $10,000 to the Department of Public Works for signage is necessary to make this tribute a reality and ensure that the memory of his contribution remains visible to all who pass by. On behalf of the Brian Roach administration, and as a friend and fellow Savanero and colleague, I encourage the members of this committee to adopt Bill number 35-0298 in honor of the extraordinary service that Darrell A. Mausi George Sr. gave to the Virgin Islands. This is not just a memorial to one man, but also to the principles of courage and kindness he modeled and manifested every single day. This bill pays homage to all firefighters, first responders, and public servants who follow suit and continue the work he started. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter, and I'm ready to answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel, for those words of inspiring words. Thank you so much in recognition of Mr. Darrell George. At this time, I will recognize Miss Deborah Hazelwood. I know you have a brief remarks, and if you could be so kind to read those remarks into the record.
Good afternoon. Darrell A. George Sr., better known as Mausi. My other half for over 30 plus years. Of course, I knew what I was getting into. He breathed, he ate, and slept fire. A man who was so dedicated to his work more than he ever knew. I would always tell him, go, but please come home safe. If anyone would ask me of one word that best describes you, I would say emergency 911. Whether it was someone that needed advice, parents in need of help, or a member of the community facing a crisis. As long as they came to him, he jumped into first responder mode. In his way of thinking, it was always a solution. Indeed, he was a true Virgin Islander, born on the island of St. Thomas from Crucian parents, and a deep love for St. John and the BVI. He was a dedicated father to his 3 sons and his daughters. He lived his life with passion and a fire deep in his heart for things and the people he loved. Continue to rest in peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hazelwood. At this time, I know we didn't call this testifier before us on the listing, but this is his son,
Yes,
Mr.
that's my son. Yes.
DeAndre George. Mr. George, you are recognized. And we know we don't have a written testimony from you, but we understand you're going to speak impromptu and from your heart. And so we want to give you that opportunity to do so. So you're recognized, Mr. George.
Good afternoon. My name is DeAndre George, son of Darrell George, Sr. My father was a really good man to family, friends, civilians, people at fire, anybody that he encountered, they could always say he was a good man. He did a lot for the community and for other people around. I might even have to be talking up here about him like this, because he deserves everything under the sun for everything that he did for the community, for the people that lives in the community, from teaching people in Jaffa fighters how to work a fire extinguisher, pass, pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, up to being in the fire service who came up, Yeah, all fishing trips and things and all other stuff to remember him is all I could go by now, but like the last thing he did with the community that I can remember, that he did with us and the rest of the people in Savannah, paying the court, try build the court. He was rooting for that, He pop the rims and thing, clean it with Rudy Clark, Silver, and the rest who did come out. My father was loved by many, loved by his children, loved by my mother, and whoever else. All I could say is love alone, Daddy. Hope you're good. Till we meet again. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. George. I know you spoke from your heart. I know this is a very, very distressing, and I could imagine your level of your anguish. But we want to thank you. We want to thank all of you for being here, because it's timely before us to recognize this great human being who meant a lot to our community. And we just pray for continued strength. And that's part of how a legacy is built. So each one of you, as his direct descendants, you have this strong legacy to uphold. At this time, I'd like to recognize another of his children, Miss Tine George. And Miss George, hope you had an opportunity to collect yourself. We will ask you to read your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, senators. Good afternoon, fire department, fire service members, and all those who are in attendance in support of my dad. My name is Tine George, daughter of Dara George Sr. This committee has presented before us Bill number 35-0298. This bill is an act to honor and commend my dad for his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. His legacy as a firefighter, first responder, mentor, and as the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services past director will always be incomparable in my eyes. One of my dad's biggest accomplishments in his life was actually becoming the director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Medical Emergency Services. His unwavering service and accomplishments in his firefighter career led to a highly rewarded position when he became known as Director George. To say my dad was a hard worker would definitely be an understatement. My dad played many roles in his community, and most would say him being an outstanding fire service personnel member. But in my opinion, my dad's role as a mentor was the most profound. I looked up to my dad for his ambitious mindset and the way he got things done, not just mentorship as a dad, but a real-life role model to other young people, especially men. When I was in elementary school, I joined the Junior Firefighters program. I was literally one of the youngest in the program at that time, probably like 5 or 6. But that never stopped me from getting push-ups like the rest of us members in the program if we did the wrong thing. Discipline was one of the biggest lessons that came with much value as I got older and is a very well-regarded trait. The various activities that we got to experience in the program would always be some of the best times of our lives. We did many community service activities like feeding the homeless, caring for the elderly. We did food drives. We participated in the Veterans Day Parade. We also experienced many cardio walks from the station to the beach, camping in St. John, bake sales, and some Saturdays my dad even taught us how to cook. We got into sports, board games, many skill building activities orchestrated by my dad. There was such consistency in the way he handled the youths and young adults. He made sure we all had a focus and that we were working towards exactly what we wanted for the future. His drive to make a change in not only the youth of the community, but the community overall, with the Fire and Emergency Medical Services merge, should never be forgotten. I am forever grateful for these moments and lessons because it is of great value to not only me as an adult, but to many others who got the opportunity to be one of my dad's mentees. Today, November 18, exactly 1 year since my dad was buried. And it would be of great honor to mark this day as the day this bill is approved, to recognize a great man of greatness and honor. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. George. You know, I look at today as a very wonderful day because a son of the soil is being honored timely, not years or 5 or 6 years. And we all are still here to remember and to place it on the record for perpetuity, that's forever, what he did and that heavy lift that he, as well as others from the Virgin Islands, Fire and Emergency Medical Services did to merge fire and EMS together, including this body. So there's a lot to be proud of and to be rejoicing because his life was not in vain. You know, some people walk around and they will never be this impactful in a greater society, but he did. He was that impactful in many ways, not only with this merger of fire and emergency medical services, but as mentees. colleagues, I believe we have exhausted all of the testimonies that we are going to receive on this measure. We will proceed now with one round of 3 minutes. I will now recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Kindly proceed with your 3 minutes, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers here. As his daughter mentioned that today's 1 year has passed, but as the chairperson said, it's a beautiful day. It's a good day. I think it's always a wonderful thing when you can take the time out to honor people that have left such a mark on our community. For me, I knew Mr. George, Director George, Mousy, Darrell. I called him everything because I always met him initially when I was a talk show host on one of the radio stations. And he would call in and we would have quite a bit of dialogue about the things that would happen in our community. And he would call in and share things in regards to fire or something happening in a particular area. And I always thought that was so cool that you have so many people so engaged on a consistent basis, always wanting to share information and always trying to educate the public as a whole. And as I continued onward, just having conversations with him over the years, him being a word of encouragement even when I ran for office and wasn't successful at the time, he would always say, keep trying. I ran into him a year before a gubernatorial race started. He was a supporter of the now governor, and he was taking, I had never met the governor before, Governor Bryan, and I remember Mousy in Frenchtown walking around and introducing the now governor to everyone and encouraging them, to give him an opportunity. I distinctly remember all of these different things about him and his personality. But what I knew, he loved dealing with the fire department. He lit up when he spoke about fire. When he came to the legislature and talked about the things he wanted to do to revamp the fire department, the way he was trying to do cost savings, the areas he wanted to improve. It was like a breath of fresh air to hear somebody so enthusiastic about a particular agency. And, I was always asking him, how are we going to cut costs? How are we going to save money? And he would always be like, you think I forgot? I found a grant for this. I found a grant for that. And he was like, we're going to get these things for the fire department. And it was good to see that that person that heads up the department literally loves his job. And I love to see that. And when the firefighters and other people came in to testify, just to see how they supported him and backed him up, that's something you can't pay for. So I just want to ask one simple question, and this is to his children. If you could share with us just one thing that your dad taught you that you will take with you for the rest of your life, what exactly would that be?
For me, Tene George. For me, I would always remember, or always keep in me, is to be ambitious. That's one major thing, ambition.
That's good. Is his son still there?
DeAndre George, son of Darrell George. There's a lot of things he taught me and I could live with throughout my life, but Never disrespect the elderly. Never disrespect the elderly. Respect your elders.
Excellent.
And respect your peers. They'll guide you and lead you far. I could live with that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That sounds exactly like Daryl. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and I will definitely be voting in the affirmative on behalf of Daryl Mulkey George when it comes to making sure that he is remembered through this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. This time, I'll recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Javon James Sr., for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, but I will make some statements. You don't have to worry about my vote. My vote is yes when it comes to Bill number 35.0298 to honor and commend Director Daryl George Sr. To the entire Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services team, I just want to remind every single one of you to continue to keep his name and legacy alive. One of the things that I know for sure that he cherished as far as as a project was the fire and EMS Moja. And look what we have here today. And he always reminded this body that it wasn't about him, it wasn't about I. He always used the word we, the team. And that alone stood out for me when he came before the legislature. And he always came down here prepared and always ready. And what I like about him, he was a no-nonsense person, similar to myself. He was always ready to defend his body of work along with his team. He was a hard worker, dedicated to his craft. I know before his passing, I know one of the missions that really played a major burden on him was the Bovoni land and the Bovoni fire. And I remember them working tirelessly. And sometimes I just wanted to remind y'all it's okay to sit back and take a break. You know, as much as you're dedicated to your craft, sometimes it's just good to take a back seat and take a break. But I say all that to say is, for him, it was about no break. He loved his job. Even when he's off the clock. I remember he used to be ramping up on them with them. And all he do is talk about work. He loved his work. He loved his job. And those are the kinds of individuals we need, not just in government, but in our community. So what we're celebrating here today is a person who has dedicated his life to the government of the Virgin Islands. Because if I'm not mistaken, he started off when he was younger. I think he started off with the firefighters group. I forget the name of it. The junior firefighters. And worked his way right up. And I see a pattern in government. And I myself have to take some notes or pages out of their book. Dedicate yourself to something. Stick to it. Work hard. And it will pay off. So I say all that to say is to his children. I know it's a sad day, that's why I don't really want to ask any question. When my father passed away, my son, I bought like a baby. But today's a great day. Today's a great day. And let us just keep the energy alive. And you don't have to worry about my vote. It's yes.
Time.
And may his name continue to live on forever and forever. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator James Sr. At this time, the committee will recognize non-committee member Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff Savanero, who definitely had to come upstairs because this is a fellow Savaneros. Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. As the only Savanero in the legislature, the 35th, I had to come represent a Savanero. And your father, Daryl, I knew him way before you. I knew him a little boy when we used to make. I don't know if you ever heard the terminology. He used to run around in the drawers. That's who used to, in Savannah, we're warriors, you know, you come out. He lived right up the hill from me. Your uncle Vic and I graduated from high school together. we know each other from little boys. Mousy, Daryl. When Daryl came, the director, I tell him I'll never call him Mousy again. Why? Because the village that raised me is the village that raised him in Savannah. And we're a tight group. I support him 100%. Any senator went down with they were going to deal with me too. Not no Savanero. But I'm saying that you got big shoes to fill, you know, and after he passed, some of the guys in Savannah came to me to ask you about naming the basketball court after him. So I'd put in for that. But when I see I was up against the fire station, I yielded to the fire station. So I think that's a bigger honor. But for all he did in the territory, be proud. Be proud to say I is Daryl George children. Don't bow your head. So I is one of your uncle them that you know about, okay? So anytime you see me, hail me up, I ain't gonna pass you, I get your back 100% because that's how we grow up. And your extended family, see them here, they come in these beautiful uniforms, and they here come from St. Croix, they come from all over. Firefighters, junior firefighters, the impact that Daryl had on the community, they got your back. So don't ever think that you're hard heavy by yourself. All of us hard heavy, which helps to make it a little easier on you as the years go by. Never try to forget him. You know, just remember the person that you are, where the foundation came from. Because I remember when you used to talk to your mother too. Because I know way back, we grew up together. But I had to be here because we Savaneros for life. It's the village that raised us to be who we are. And I expect the same of you going forward. Don't ever do nothing halfway. People watching you. Okay? Believe in yourself. We're here to support you. And even though in this committee I voted for it today, I voted for it every time it come up until we make it happen, until we put a sign on that building, I voted for it. So director, to you and your team also, thank you for all you have done in support of the people of the Virgin Islands and my little brother, Daryl George. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator DeGraff, the gentleman from Savannah. At this time, I will proceed with my 3 minutes. And I do have some questions I would like to ask. Director Stevens, if there is one core value you would use to describe Director George, what would that core value be?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Antonio Stevens, Virgin Islands Family Emergency Medical Service. The word family is not described as a core value, but that was one of Daryl George's core values. He always talked about family. We're one family. And so that was his core value, and that's one of the things that he always talked about, especially with his management team, that we're one family. We always have to look out for each other. We always have to take care of each other, because that was the one thing that was dear to him.
Thank you. In my acquaintance, and when I remember Daryl, Mr. George, he was always loyal. He seemed to have an epitomize that critical core value that I really admire, and that was loyalty. He was loyal to the people of the Virgin Islands. He was loyal to where the community that raised him, the Savannah. He was loyal to the firefighters, the men and women who work day out as first responders, no matter where your station was located. In that family, as you mentioned, Director Stevens, he was loyal to mentoring younger crop of young people, and we have some of them here represented, the junior firefighters. If media, you could just zoom in the gallery and see some of them who are here as junior firefighters, and just ask them to really stand. There they are, junior firefighters. And thank you so much. You could be seated. Because of that level of loyalty. And it wasn't something that was passive, meaning it wasn't something that he just said. The man walked the talk. That's what I loved about him. And when Ms. Hazelwood
30
mentioned
seconds.
in your testimony, your very brief testimony, that he loved the BVI, I remember us going to the BVI one year as dignitary to celebrate Virgin Islands and BVI Friendship Day. They had a nice bag for the BVI, and some of us didn't receive one. And so I whispered to Director George, I said, can I have your bag? He said, okay, Carla, it ain't a problem. I gonna give you the bag, and what I'll do, I'll bring it by the office. Guess what he did? He was a man of his word. And he did it, and he made that happen. That's a great legacy, especially for his children to live on and continue. There should be no type of, thank you, there should be no type of regrets, because like I said, he opened up doors. His life was impactful, positively impactful, not only with you as his children, but other generations of families and of children. And so we have a lot to be so grateful and thankful for his life. A life well lived doing what he loved to do, which was being a firefighter and protecting us who are part of his extended family here in the Virgin Islands. So definitely, I will be supporting this bill and signing on this measure as well. At this time, I will recognize the proponent of the measure, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And much has been said today regarding Darrell A. George Sr. So one of the things that one of my takeaways was that his name that he's affectionately known as is incorrectly spelled on the bill. So can we please get the correct spelling, Mr. Director? What is it?
It's without the E.
Without the E.
Okay, good. All right, so we can make a technical amendment on that. All right. So I listened intently today, and the one thing that I miss is the phrase that he coined, and I believe his son said it: "Love alone." And I don't know that we have that in the bill, but I'm going to move to make sure that we are able to make that amendment, because he did coin "love alone." And we don't hear love alone as much as we used to hear it. So we need to make sure that we include it in the measure. But I heard a lot today. I heard that things that I know, but it's important that we talk about them. That he was an exceptional leader. He was dedicated to the Virgin Islands. He was a mentor of many young people. He was a true friend. He had a great sense of humor. He was selfless. He was an advocate. His leadership was unmatched. And most importantly, he loved his family, and he was courageous. And that's important. So I want to thank his family that's here. And when I say family, I mean his firefighting family, his children, all of us that are considered family of Mr. George. I see some young people in the audience, and I'm certain that he also made an impact in their lives. And it's so important for us to acknowledge and honor those that have given significant contributions, given so much of themselves and significant contributions to community like ours.
30 seconds.
But the commissioner of Public Works said something that really resonated with me. He said that today we're not honoring a man, not only a man, but we're honoring the principles of courage. And we also, in this honor, we are paying homage to all first responders in the territory. So I want to lend my voice and say that we see you. We see our first responders. And many times, I'm certain that you become discouraged because you risk your lives every day to ensure the safety and security of Virgin Islanders. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for that. And when, I'm not certain who shared this, but I was not aware that today, November 18th, is in fact the anniversary. So nothing happens by happenstance. It speaks to the volume of the man that we are honoring here today. It's just, all of this is very organic. It wasn't planned. Very organic that we are honoring him on this day. So the universe is connecting, and he has connected with us that we are honoring him today on the day that we actually sent him home to be with his Lord and Savior. So I just want to thank his family. I want to thank his son for having the courage to come up here, because as I sat here, I felt a little uncomfortable because I was like, is it too soon? Was it too soon? But you know what? A legacy like his, it's never too soon. And the right time is always now. And we are in a now. We are in a now moment. So colleagues, I am going to ask that, and I know that this is a resounding yes. I don't know one member of the 14 members of this legislature that will say no to an exceptional leader like Daryl Mousy George. I think I'm hearing someone on the line. Okay, but I just want to say thank you to my colleagues in advance for supporting this measure. And I want to say thank you to his family for sharing him with the people of the Virgin Islands. And I do feel that he left us too soon. But I'm certain that if there are any challenges in heaven, regardless of what it is, he is right there, the first one on the line saying, I got this, love alone. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to your family.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fred Gregory. You said a mouthful, but that was indeed necessary because he was such a great human being. I mean, I can't really expound on how much he meant to all of us in the community. So we want to really thank his immediate blood family for sharing him with us. At this time, do we have a motion? Amendment? Senator Potter, I see that you've joined us remotely.
Yes, I have.
Right. Wonderful. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
No. Just hit the vote. Madam Chair, you're prepared to vote. I just stepped out of the meeting. Of course, I fully endorse and fully support.
I heard you. Thank you so much for that clarification. We have a motion, a technical amendment. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Through the chair,
You're recognized.
through the chair to our legal counsel, I don't know how many times we have the spelling incorrect in the bill, so I want to make sure that we are appropriately doing a technical amendment. We would have to check, correct? Or
One moment.
Yeah. We probably have it up.
Media, please recognize the mic of legal counsel. Legal counsel, you may proceed with answering Senator Fred Gregory's question.
Through the chair to Senator Fred Gregory, Senator
barely-
Javon James Sr. will make the technical amendment to remove the E wherever it appears in Mousy.
That's fine.
So that will be throughout the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly for that. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your amendment.
Madam Chair and colleagues, on behalf of Senator Donna Fred Gregory, I offer technical amendment to Bill number 35-0298 to amend Bill number 35-0298 to remove the letter E in Mousy wherever it appears. I so move.
Second.
The technical amendment has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr. and seconded by Senator Potter and Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objections, motion is carried.
So ordered.
So ordered. Motion, Senator James Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, once again, I move Bill number 35-0298 on behalf of Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, an act honoring and commending Darrell A. George Sr., colloquially known as Mousy, posthumously for his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands as a firefighter, first responder, mentor, and as director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, renaming the Tango Company Fire Station the Darrell A. Mousy George Sr. Fire Station in his honor, and appropriating $10,000 from the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage, as amended, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Bill number 35-0298 has been properly moved by Senator Javon James, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr. and seconded by Senators Francis Heiliger and Potter. Roll call on Bill number 35-0298 as amended.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator E. Potter, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absences.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0298, an act honoring and commending Darrell A. George Sr., colloquially known as Mousy, posthumously for his contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands as a firefighter, first responder, mentor, and as director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, renaming the Tango Company Fire Station the Darrell A. Mousy George Sr. Fire Station in his honor, and appropriating $10,000 from the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund to the Department of Public Works to erect the proper signage as amended has been properly voted upon and favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, we really want to thank everyone for being here, and I will ask that the testifiers be given a closing remark. 30 seconds closing remarks is allotted to the testifiers. We will begin first with you, Director Stevens.
Good afternoon, Senator. Again, when we think about the legacy of Darrell George Sr., it saddens us that where we are today. We can only continue to grieve and try to be as supportive to the family members as much as possible. And with an understanding. Like Senator Fred Gregory stated earlier, this wasn't planned for today, but we know that it was today, a year ago, that we laid him to rest. So it's heavy on our hearts as we continue to remember the legacy of a great human being, a great version of Darrell, Director Darrell Mousy George.
Thank you so kindly, Director Stevens. Commissioner Derek Gabriel, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do want to thank you, of course, the bill sponsor, the primary sponsor, and the members of this committee for approving this measure. For us, not only as public servants, but it really means a lot when somebody gives their all and can have something that is named in their lasting legacy. I think former Director George Mousy, however you want to call him, he left huge shoes to fill that takes all of us in this community to really continue to fill that. I think Mousy is smiling today. He probably would have said, I don't want anything named after me. Just do your job. But it really means a lot that we're able to honor somebody that meant so much to so many. I do want to thank his family, because a lot of times we don't realize that when public servants sacrifice time, it's the family that really bears the brunt of most of that sacrifice. So I want to thank you guys for sharing your father, your partner, your friend, your uncle, everybody with us and with this community. We all share that strong legacy. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And this is going to be the best sign that Public Works can ever design. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly. The chair will now recognize Ms. Deborah Hazelwood for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Good afternoon again, Deborah Hazelwood. I just would like to thank each and every one of you for this moment right now in this time. Thank you, especially to Senator Fred Gregory, everyone that's here. Again, I say thank you on behalf of the family.
Thank you so kindly. Also, I would like to recognize the son, Mr. DeAndre George, for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Afternoon again. I'd like to say thanks for approving the bill, for naming the fire station after him. Everyone that approved, thank you. I really appreciate it. And you probably up there happy. Well, nah, he ain't happy. He don't like stuff, as he said, he don't like stuff naming. He no flashy person, so. But he know he did deserve it, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. George, and his daughter, Ms. Tanae George. We'll ask you to place 30 seconds closing remarks on the record.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. I just want to say thank you for this day. It's a great day. I had it to be like a sad day, but I guess listening to everybody on what they had to say about my dad and how, I mean, the stuff that I already know, he is a great person and will forever will be. I just want to say thank you. And this is a great way that everyone could remember my dad more like we will, the family. Thank you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. At this time, I will also, because they've been here, sitting very respectfully, I'd like to ask the chiefs, fire chiefs from each island to say a brief 30 seconds closing remark. I will start here at my left. Be sure to place your name in the record once again. Kindly, media, recognize the mic of, great, it's on now.
Good afternoon. Magabi Calix, Deputy Chief of Operations for the Island of St. John. Shoot from the hip here. The only thing I'd like to say about Director George is he's just an inspirational figure for everybody who came in contact with him or he met or, had any kind of dealings with him. None of us would be here in these positions without this great man. So, Mousy, love alone, man. That's it for me.
Thank you so kindly. Now we proceed with the St. Thomas Chief.
Good afternoon, Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief Operations. I'd just like to say this is a great day and honor for our leader, a legend, and a great friend. As you see, the team here was handpicked by Darrell George, and he will always be remembered, man. And I just like to say thank you guys for the honor, and we just hope to continue living his legacy.
Thank you so much for those comments. Ms. Evelyn?
Lyle Levin, Assistant Director. As you see, I'm wiping tears throughout the whole hearing. He was a transformative leader, and Darrell George just believed in the importance of relationships. He said, don't send an email, call the person, go and meet with them. So that's the legacy that he leaves with me, is get away from the phone, get out your office and meet with people, talk to people and build relationships. So we appreciate you honoring him, and he is very much deserving of this honor and tribute.
Thank you so kindly. And next.
Good afternoon, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John District. As many have said before, former Director George was definitely a great man, and we just want to thank you guys for recognizing that and renaming that fire station after him. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly. And finally, the Fire Chief from St. Croix.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank everybody for...
Kindly say your name.
Good afternoon. Fire Chief Cleaver Titus. Director George was a great person, a great man, family man. He made sure that everybody was family member. When he put us together, he made sure that we're all part of one family and we all did what we were supposed to do. Great leader, and like they always say, the legend lives on, and keep on going.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will release all testifiers before the Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 3 of today's agenda.
Block 3, 2 o'clock p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, including but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current department challenges, and plan of action to resolve challenges. Invited testifier, Mr. Antonio Emmanuel, the Director of Office of Gun Violence. This ends the reading of the third block, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. In consideration of and noting the level of an amount of violent crimes and homicides that we've been encountering and have experienced in our community, I've been getting calls by a lot of our constituents. Some of the survivors of gun violence have reached out to my office and they have asked that we have an update and get some information relative to the operation of this newly created agency, which is a part of the Office of the Governor. There's nothing that is more troubling to a parent, to a loved one, to any family member who have lost a loved one due to gun violence. Recently in the newspapers, we saw that there was, I think it was last week, Thursday, there was an article that talked about the number of guns that are coming through not only St. Thomas, but the Caribbean region as a whole. And so we are seeing, I hope not, an uptick in the amount of gun violence that is happening here. I remember prior to COVID-19 in 2020, we had a lot of homicides. And 2020, because we had a lot of restriction on our movement, there was a lot of places that were shut down and the like. You didn't see as much gun violence, much crimes being perpetrated by gun violence. And one of the questions that a survivor asked me is, how can we support? What can we do to really reduce the multitudes of gun violence that is happening in our islands? And this is not just limited to St. Thomas or St. Croix, or even St. John, but this is also throughout the Caribbean region. What are we doing collectively? So with that, when I hear our residents ask questions, and I know this body has heard before from other entities, you before, in other committees regarding this same topic, because it's a burning issue. It's a burning issue to me. It should be a burning issue to all of us as legislators, because we are here to provide solutions and to support those solutions to any vexing issues. So the quality of life, when we are seeing heightened crime, heightened violent crimes, is of concern, a deep concern, because it changes how we operate here in the Virgin Islands. It changes how our children think and how they react to certain elements it changes it, and sometimes is not for the best, especially when it deals with gun violence. And it has a trickle-down effect that it not only affects adversely that family that is being impacted, but it also affects generations of families and descendants. So I thought that it would be a very good idea, given the amount of persons who had called my office regarding this matter, and knowing that it affects all of us, our quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. And so I ask that you, Mr. Emmanuel, come today. And so I'm very grateful that you said yes and that you're here in person. So with that being said, I will ask you, first of all, I know you have 3 other individuals with you, so I would like you to state your name on the record, and then you can introduce the other individuals from your team who are also in attendance here in the chambers to talk to us a bit about what is happening with the operation of the Office of Gun Violence. Mr. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Thank you to the legislature for giving me an opportunity to come and give an update on the Governor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention. In the well with me to my right is Gerald McDonald. He holds the position of a survivor engagement specialist. His duty is to assist survivors of victims. He actually physically goes to the hospital and helps the family manage their grief, and we follow up on them and make sure that they are connected to resources if necessary. He works very closely in conjunction with VIPD Police Department and the Victims Assistance Program there. We work in partnership to make sure that we're able to provide them with the best possible resources available. To my left is Bruce Flamone. He is the Community Outreach Coordinator. He coordinates events, activities, strategies, initiatives that go into the schools, talking to young people, trying to change mindsets, getting them to understand the dangers of dealing with guns, conflict resolution, de-escalation, choices, decisions, and consequences, and I'll get into that a little bit further. Next to his left, is Samuel Weeks. He is our violence interrupter in St. Thomas, and his job is to attempt to get between groups of people that are actually in disagreement or conflict, and try to get them to come to some sense of agreement not to kill each other. We have and these positions are mirrored in St. Croix. We have a violence interrupter in St. Croix, Damian Lang, and a survivor specialist, Dexter Skeppel, in St. Croix as well. So unfortunately, they're not here, but they're in St. Croix. So that's my team that's here today.
Okay, thank you so much. Kindly proceed, Mr. Emmanuel, with reading your testimony into the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. Greetings to members of the legislature and our listening audience. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to provide you with an update of the progress of the Governor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I am Tony Manuel, the Executive Director of the office and the first person to hold this position. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention became fully operational during 2022. Currently, we have 6 members on the team filling most of the positions, such as the Community Engagement Coordinator, Survivor Engagement Specialist, and Violence Interrupters. Since being operational, the team has been immersed in the community, engaged in strategies and activities that have helped curb some of the violence occurring in our communities. Working in collaborative partnerships with other government agencies, local and federal law enforcement agencies, nonprofit organizations, private businesses, and faith-based groups, we have been able to provide services and share information used to assist citizens in avoiding violence and dealing with the aftermath of violence. Since 2019, the data shows that our homicides in the territory have decreased as much as 55%. There are several factors to those decreases. Our office has much to do with it, but cannot take credit alone. We always first acknowledge the good work the Virgin Islands Police Department is doing by their interdiction work, making arrests and closing cases. We also commend our other local and federal law enforcement agencies for their work here in the territory and their commitment to high-level investigations and readiness. Their presence in effecting needed arrest of those individuals driving violence is always critical. In the time of the Office of Gun Violence has been operating, the team has been facilitating, participated in, or sponsored over 100 events that were aimed or focused on violence prevention. We have worked collaboratively with schools in the territory and have made anti-violence and anti-bullying focused presentations to about 5,000 students territory-wide. We provide training, seminars, and presentations with the community on workplace violence prevention, active shooter response, de-escalation, customer service, sexual harassment, procedural justice, and conflict resolution. During the last academic year, we worked closely with the Department of Education and focused on students that had been identified as high or at-risk students. We facilitated intense and direct engagements to help change mindsets by arming them with tools that help them self-regulate personal behavior, avoid conflict, and improve communication skills. We also operated an after-school program with selected youth from 2 of our housing communities, and out of approximately 80 youths we served, only 4 would find themselves involved in incidents that warranted law enforcement attention. Our violence interrupters have been an influential part of the reduction of murders. Mr. Lang, in particular, has intervened in over 15 incidents where there was serious conflict and death was imminent. On both islands, our violence interrupters performed custom notifications to the men of the turfs, convincing them to have peace during festivals and carnivals. Last year made the 2nd year where no homicides during Christmas Festival in St. Croix, and the 1st year of no homicides during Carnival in St. Thomas since the past 3 years. This past year, I was selected out of a pool of over 200 applicants to be awarded a fellowship to the University of Chicago's Crime Lab and participated in the Community Violence Intervention Leadership Academy. This 5-month intense immersion program offers training to community violence prevention program managers from across the country to learn and share policies, procedures, strategies, and initiatives that have shown positive results of change in communities. During my experience, I learned and developed better management skills and was enlightened by the work being done in other jurisdictions. The data across the country shows that jurisdictions that experience significant decreases in crime usually creep back up. The work and outreach programs hopefully keep it from reaching previous numbers. Although I am saddened by any homicide, certainly our recent uptick with homicides and suicides are reason for serious concern. I am proud of the progress we have made and the work that the team is doing. We still have more to improve on and more people to reach out, but clearly the data shows that we are making a difference in the community. The challenge to be successful seems to always boil down to financing. One of those things I learned while visiting other jurisdictions that nonprofit organizations were very instrumental in being that catalyst for change. The struggle for nonprofit organizations to continue to operate and supplement outreach efforts for some of us unsurmountable and sometimes forces the shuttering of those organizations. For any of those efforts to work, it must be an all-hands-on-deck approach with not only multiple government agencies cooperating and collaborating, but also assisting nonprofits with their efforts. Programs and activities as well as gainful employment aimed at our youth and adult community members leads to better well-being and enrichment of our citizens. Too many young people have complained there is nothing for us to do. Having seen many of the programs and activities are available, I don't totally agree with that statement, but I also understand the frustration that those that make it. Before I close, I always must remind everyone that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is created as an outreach agency focused on coordinating efforts that keep our young people safe, free, and alive. We are handling gun violence as a health epidemic and have no law enforcement responsibility or capability. We do not investigate crimes, nor do we search for or seize weapons. We respect the efforts of law enforcement and assist in any way we can, as well as we can from a citizen's perspective. The work is as stressful as it is rewarding, and there's plenty of work to be done. The team engages our community and participated in as many events as we can to detract people from violence. We respond to homicide scenes. At the hospital, we assist victims and survivors as well as try to determine the possibility of a retaliation and try to deter it. The team collaborates with housing and other government agencies by participating in wellness day events held in various communities. The office sponsors after-school programs and field trips and other culturally enriching activities to deter young people from violence or criminal activity. The violence interrupters perform turf walks and talks to keep tensions down between different groups. as well as directly involving in conflicts. We are active with corrections and the Office of Public Defender, assisting with diversion programs, community service, and reentry programs. We facilitate a weekly radio show educating the community with availability of community programs or events, and entrepreneurship, fostering entrepreneurship and nonprofit work. We, of course, go into the schools a lot. We're in the schools from fourth grade to high school levels and do presentations for our young people attempting to change their mindsets. We work closely with Human Services and the Health Department, coordinating services to help communities heal after a traumatic event. We have plans to try other initiatives, Stop the Bleed training programs, the creation of a community response team, as well as building teams of credible messengers. Credible messengers are people in the community or students that have the ability to influence others. In addition to that, we are working on a restorative justice program in conjunction with a nonprofit organization. All that, and we also try to find time to take a minute to ensure we don't forget to heal ourselves. The work is done out of passion, not obligation, and I appreciate this opportunity to come before you and share the work we have been doing. Thank you for your time and attention.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. Emmanuel. I really appreciate it. I see that we have, I don't believe this gentleman is in this block, someone online, but I want to really thank you for coming and being here today to really share with us one of your efforts under your leadership that you have accomplished. I wanted to get into some of your testimony, but before we proceed, I want to indicate that we are going to only have one round of 5 minutes. Some of the senators, most of them are not here, but this is very critical to our people. And we're going to press on regardless. So at this time, I'll recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, you can kindly proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm very happy that we are having an opportunity to really have this open dialogue in regards to the Office of Gun Violence. From a perspective of someone that has dealt with my own family member being gunned down, how do you guys handle dealing with the victim? I know you spoke about individuals that go out and deal with victims and family members, etc. Explain a little bit how that works and what are some of the follow-up things you do after that initial interaction when it comes to this?
Well, we go to the victims, usually at the hospital. We try to, Pastor McDonald and Pastor Weeks goes to the hospital. We offer them prayer, but we also, sometimes they're emotional and we try to make sure that they're not in a mental space where they want to retaliate. We go to the scenes because we want to see who's on the scene and make sure that those folks aren't trying to retaliate. And we try to get them calmed down and try to get to talk to them to make sure that they don't stay agitated and angry. We try to make peace as quickly as we can. Our follow-up is to go back to the family along with Ms. Lambertus from the VIPD as a combined, a joint effort to go back and see if they need anything. Sometimes we have some families that sometimes can't afford to bury their own people, and that's heartbreaking. So we try to connect them with resources that might be able to assist them to get their loved one buried. We also try to make sure that we offer counsel to them. Pastor McDonald is a grief specialist and deals with them on that level. Pastor Skeppel over in St. Croix is also a grief specialist. We go back. We recently have, we had a shooting in St. Croix where now we have one of the victims. She works with us in our after-school program, and that's helping her cathartically heal. when we had the shooting of Mr. Macedon in St. Croix, we followed up with helping their biker. They have this bicycle group, the Mango Tree Riders, and we held a heel circle for them, allowing them to vent, talking about their feelings and to get them to come to some resolution. It's difficult. I mean, it's just, you know, when you lose, and you having that experience, and most of us in here have been impacted somehow, that there's no magic spoonful of medicine we can give anybody to make them feel better. It takes time. That's why we talked about the restorative justice piece. We're trying to get people to come together. Even the families of the victim are certainly impacted, but the perpetrator's family is also impacted. And we need to make sure that we reach out to both sides. We had a shooting not long ago where the father was involved in a shooting, and then so he goes to jail. You know, so now we have this 15-year-old boy without his father. So there's a lot of cogs in this wheel, a lot of different things that have to be taken care of. And it's funny, you know, when this office opened up, I think, you know, we were certainly focused on the homicides and dealing with death. But having been in this position for the last 2 years, it has opened my eyes to see that there are so many other, you know, octopus tentacles that lead into what we're doing. We have issues at schools. We have issues people that aren't working, people that claim they have to rob somebody to make food on their table. You know, those kinds of systemic issues go way beyond just fixing it with stroke of a pen or making a law. It takes effort. We didn't get here overnight. You know, this thing crept up on us, and it's continuing, and we're trying to keep it down to a minimum the best we can.
Totally understand from that perspective the different avenues that this could branch out into. And the key here is the Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
30
and
seconds.
What are some of the key as a group organization within our government to deal with the prevention aspect of it? Because a lot of the things you spoke about had to do with if an incident has already happened, what your role is. Tell us a little bit more about the preventive side.
The preventive stuff is the mindset stuff. When we go to the turfs and we talk to young men about their conflict with somebody else, you know, we try to get them to see that to kill somebody because they owe you money or stole your drugs is certainly not the way to handle conflict. When we talk to, and like I said, we've been talking to kids in schools from the 4th grade all the way up to high school. And we talk to them about their choice, decision, and consequences. This is our prevention piece, where we try to get to make sure that these kids are learning skills to avoid conflict, learning de-escalation skills, learning better communication skills. Because when you look at conflict, it's because somebody isn't getting what they want. You know, but then there's some things that just are emotional based. When somebody shoots somebody because his girlfriend decided she doesn't want to be with him anymore, those are sort of emotionally uncontrollable events that we're trying to teach our young people that, yeah, if that happens to you, you find out your girlfriend don't want to be with you anymore, then you don't kill her, you don't kill the boyfriend, you don't kill her friends, you just leave her alone. You know, so we have to, a lot of our intervention and our prevention stuff is trying to change mindsets. It's not the weapon, it's the person that has a gun in their hand that decides to lose their temper and shoot somebody. So that's where we're really focusing on trying to change mindsets, trying to change personal behavior and accountability for your personal actions. A lot of people rely on government to save them and fix them when they need to just sometimes people need to take personal responsibility for their actions.
Well, I think I heard time matters here, and I will continue to listen to all the things that this particular branch of government under the office of the governor is doing, so I can get a better understanding, fully impacting our community. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the talk.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I wanted, Madam Clerk, you could place 5 minutes on the clock for me. I wanted to ask you some of the concerns that you mentioned and some of the things that you mentioned during the questioning by the previous senator really resonated with me as well. I have also family members, plural, and former students who are no longer here because they were killed by gun violence. And it's a very sad thing. So I wanted to ask you, kindly indicate when you say that you follow up, what does that follow-up look like? How long does the follow-up occur with the victims?
Well, it varies because grief is different with different families and different people. And sometimes we have some families that don't necessarily want our help or assistance. And so we have to respect that as well. So I don't have there's no hard answer for that. It varies. It depends on the needs of that family. We're actually this week.
So let me just ask you. So is it that the family comes to you and tell you their need, or is it that you constantly check in with the family to find out how they're operating, what their needs are, and what this actual issue, this experience that they have now with the grief caused by someone in their family either being murdered or the perpetrator? Are you having an active discussion with them, or is it that they are calling you? How is it that you work?
The first time it's up, we contact them, and then we follow up on them again. Now, sometimes if they need extra stuff, they'll call us. It's sort of each case is different, so sometimes we follow up on them, sometimes they call us if they need things. So it's a little bit of both. As far as how long, here again, it depends on what's going on. You want to?
Gerald McDonald, survivor engagement specialist. There are times when we make phone calls to the victim family just to see how they're doing. We continue to go to their homes, sit down with them, and talk to the family members, and constantly, stay in contact with them. Now, if there's a family who does not want us to come to see them or visit them, we do not do that. But most families, myself, Miss Lambertis, Captain Colbert, we go out to the family. Most recent killing, we went out to the family home. We sat with them. We went out several times and sat down with the family and spoke with them to make sure that they were okay. And then this coming week, we try to take an aggressive approach. We don't just wait till they call us. This coming week, the governor announced a National Homicide Victim Survivor Month. And so this coming week, we are inviting all of the family victims to come and join us for a ceremony right there on Thursday at the Muse, this Thursday at 6:30, to be able to support those individuals, those family members. And we're looking at having Department of Human Service there, pastors there if they would like to pray. Our director and the governor was also even invited, and you too, all the senators were invited to join us at that particular event. So we do reach out and try to support them in whatever way we can.
Great. That's very important. The supports and the preventative measures before these violent activities happen is part of what's critical. I want to delve into the after-school programs that you have operating. Where are these after-school programs located?
We have housing properties, Aria Diaz and Candido, Guadalupe, and St. Croix.
And do you have any here in St. Thomas?
Yeah, I can answer that. I'm Bruce Flamone.
30 seconds.
Bruce Flamone, the Outreach.
Continue.
We have a program at BCB, Bertha B. Bachelty School, archery, and it's absolutely free to the children to join. We also have programs that they can call our office, and we set up kayaking tours and activities for hiking. We set up the horse ranch that they can go out to the horse ranch and provide. They can feed the horses and enjoy different activities. So usually what these groups do for us, they contact our office, and I I get with the Department of Education, and we put on different activities for the schools.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Flamon, similar to what is happening in St. Croix, have you reached out to the public housing communities to see what type of program or after-school program that you can utilize and braid the resources that you have there? I mean, the Housing Authority, they have a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. I believe they also had a partnership with a weed and seed program. Because you want to catch them at an early age. That's part of the prevention. So you mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Emmanuel, that were about 80, you had about 80 students who were identified at high or at risk. And of those 84 would find themselves in incidents that warranted law enforcement intervention. So my question is, that's 80 students, okay? And 4 is a really small number, which that's very good. That's a very good outcome that you would have 76 of those students who are not going to need, or you haven't seen any behavioral issues that they are exhibiting that would warrant them having to be contacted or having contact with law enforcement. But tell me, how are you working with getting those students who may not even be part of some of these programs involved? Are you working with other after-school programs? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, and it's 6 of us, and so we're spread a little thin, and so we do as much as we can. We bounce around. Over here, actually, we've had conversations with housing, especially in the Bavoni, and we're in the process of creating an after-school program over there, working with housing. We work very closely with housing. Housing is on board with us. They're very supportive. So these things, they take time, they take money, they take effort to organize people to be there with these kids. There's that after-school educational component. It's not just going to horse camps and kayaking, but it's also, we got to get your academic stuff done.
That's correct.
And then we've noticed that some of the young people that we're dealing with, they're not actually at optimum academic levels. So then we've got to bring in other volunteers to come in and help them tutor through their math and English deficits to get to where they can do their homework. So we try to, it's a lot, but we know how important it is. And 4 maybe sounds like a small number, but 4 is too many. I don't want any of my kids getting in trouble if I can avoid it, but sometimes they fall in with somebody else, and 2 of those kids, they were in a car with their older sibling that had a gun in the car. So I don't know if it was really their fault, but they were in the car anyway. So we have those kinds of incidents that happen, and it's another, at-home stuff. What is happening in their house? We also, it's not mentioned in my testimony, but we're also working on creating a parenting skill program, and there are other groups that are doing it. I mean, I keep mentioning nonprofits because there are other organizations that are doing fantastic things. You have the Women's Coalition that teaches a parenting skills class, but we're also trying to do something for men and women to enhance opportunities. But here again, I got 6 people. So we're doing what we can. And I mentioned, and going back to Ms. Heiliger, Senator Heiliger, one of the things we do is preventive. If we find out that there are 2 warring factions, like we know Billy and Bob are about to get at it with each other, the violence interrupters, if they find out about it, they go in between those 2 people and try to barter a deal that they don't have to kill each other over it. So that's pretty rugged between the both of them doing that. And we've got, and like I said in the testimony, there's been about at least 15 that I know of that we've gone and said, don't kill this guy because he took your chain. Well, get your chain back and don't kill him.
So you've had some positive outcomes relative to the violent interrupters, and you have quantified it with about 15 individuals that you have been able to positively diffuse a major issue that could have left with someone being deceased and the other being incarcerated, possibly.
We save their lives.
Yes, saving their lives and saving family lives. When you find out, now let's talk about the violent interrupters. When you find out that the persons are having these warring factors, how do you then, do you just have a discussion with them in a closed setting or the like? Or do you pull them in with law enforcement being present?
No. Sometimes it's a phone call.
Okay.
Sometimes they'll have, Bob on one side of the phone and Billy on the other side, because we really don't want to put them together and they're still angry with each other, right? So we have to be careful when we do that. And sometimes we'll talk to them both, say, look, can you meet face to face and promise not to fight, shoot, or stab? And they'll go, yeah, I'm good with it. Let's do this. And we'll put them together, and then they'll come to some point of agreement or agree to disagree. But we'll say, listen, okay, look, just because you disagree don't mean you got to shoot each other. You can pass each other straight. When you're going through the when you're going through the village, don't push up on a dude. Don't bully him. Don't say nothing to him. Just walk past him or hail him up and keep on getting up. We can all disagree, but we don't have to disagree and kill each other. So we have those kind of conversations, and to our credit, a lot of times that works. Now, there's some that say, me ain't want to talk to that man, and say, I ain't going. So, and if that happens, then we just hope for the best, tell them, listen, that this is going to lead to you being arrested if you do anything else, and then if it gets past that, then we have to call in VIPD and let them know what's going on. Because that's where, but there's a trust issue we have to build with my street folks, and Pastor Weeks here has legitimacy with that population, as well as Damien and St. Croix has legitimacy with that population. They don't want to see my face. They think I'm some Yankee from the States. So they don't want to talk to me, but they'll talk to Damien and they'll talk to Pastor Weeks. And sometimes they can influence them, take a beat, take a breath, calm down. Let's not make this thing harder than it has to be. As long as we can have that conversation with them as long as there's nobody's pulling guns and threatening with each other, then we don't have to get VIPD involved, so that doesn't happen. But if it fails, then we certainly will let VIPD know, hey, this thing might escalate, it's going to bump up, you need to be ready for this going to happen. So because we work well with VIPD, our relationship has gotten a lot better than it was when we first started. I think now with the Commissioner soon-to-be Brooks at the helm, I think he believes in my organization, and so we have a better working relationship.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to also ask you regarding something that you said about the parenting skills. One of the things I see that we do a lot here in the Virgin Islands is that we operate within our own silos. I know that the Department of Education is starting up again. I saw an email from them indicating that they are starting up again their parent university. Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you so that you could not necessarily duplicate, but can be integrated into what they are offering to their students? Because 8 out of 10 times, some of these issues sometimes happen and start within the schools. I don't know if you are checking on that status. It doesn't begin necessarily in the neighborhoods, but it begins in the school, where you have different neighborhoods coming together to be educated, and then the violence is erupting. And then you're seeing it now on social media, where a lot of our young people are putting all of their violent behaviors on social media, which is not good behavior and not good judgment to begin with. So tell us what your plans are, and if you have had any discussions with the Department of Education regarding partnering with them or any other organization, nonprofit organization, to partner with them regarding this item that you mentioned, which is parenting skills program, because that's a very critical portion and component to what your preventative measures should look like.
That's a home run question. Yes, we work very closely with Board of Education, and not only are we working with them to help map out this parenting program, but we're also doing in-school suspension programs with them and summer programs. So we've been in conversation. We actually go into the schools. We teach a leadership program which talks about the de-escalation, conflict resolution. So to answer your question, yes, we're working very closely with the schools. The Commissioner of Education, Ms. Wells Hedgerton, is she's on board. I'm on board with her. The superintendents, I was in a meeting with them about a month ago. Right. So yeah, here again though, it's 6 of us, and so we try to get us bounce around. Some semesters we might do one, St. Thomas one semester, we do St. Croix the next semester, and here again, we are also at the behest of the school program. There's a lot of academic requirements that are necessary, the meeting of the curriculum, and so we have to find out when we can fit in with them and work with them rather than take up a lot of academic time. And you can't talk enough about the teachers and what they're faced with. I mean, you have a curriculum you have to meet, and you have a 45-minute class, and you're spending 20 minutes dealing with disciplinary issues and disruptive students. So the parenting program is critical because we have to make sure that the parents are supporting the teachers, supporting the academic process, rather than coming to school threatening the teachers because they're trying to discipline their children. So there's all those issues. And you're right. The social media thing is a real problem. Kids are threatening each other. They're saying, we've heard the conversations that, oh, I got ops with this person, and they're like, don't even know what ops means. And we've actually cornered kids and says, do you really know what that means? Do you know what you're talking about? Yeah, I got ops with that man. Me ain't want to be with him, and la la la. And listen, stop it. That's ridiculous for you at 12 years old to be talking about you got ops with somebody. And so we make them understand that they're more alike than they are different, that the things that they think that they were arguing about, they can't even remember from last year. I also teach the school monitors de-escalation skills and calming techniques. So they've tried to teach them how to better handle our children and to deal with them on different levels. So yes, our department and the school department is working like hand in hand. We as much as I can give them, I give them. They call and say, hey, can you come teach this class? Can you come do this? Can we do that? And we jump on it the best we can.
That's very promising, and that's very good to hear. I hope that you're able to work with them because we have limited resources, just like you said. And one of the main push that I always talk about is about breeding the resources that we have. I don't have any follow-up further questions. You've answered a majority of my questions. Senator Francis Heiliger, since you're the only one present, I don't see any of the other members. And I mean, it's a lot of males, predominantly males that you are seeing who are being victimized.
And perpetrators, yeah.
Yeah, victimized on both end, the perpetrator as well as the person. And it is very important that our men start to take it very seriously because it can happen. And I really want to applaud you, foremen, for being here because it could happen to any one of us. But it's definitely our black males who we are seeing being victims of gun violence. Senator Francis Heiliger? Is there any other burning question you may have?
Thank you very much, Madam. What I wanted to ask had to do specifically with your outreach as you continue to speak about that. There's a lot of things that I have seen that this office does through programs, through the radio. I've seen where you directly reach out, have talent shows. I've been following what you guys have been doing because it's important, the prevention side of this office, to really help curtail. What are you guys doing from a preventative side when it comes to, for example, tackling or potentially reaching out or partnering or dealing with from the importation aspect of guns? Or do you leave that strictly up to the police department? Or is that part of your preventative measure as well?
That's the law enforcement function. We don't have a law enforcement arm of my office. However, like I said earlier, this office has grown all kind of legs, and we do work with or communicate with federal agencies, local law enforcement, Coast Guard, to try to find out where the weapons are coming from. There is, and if you have law enforcement here talking, they would say probably the same thing, that clearly there's some importation. People are mailing guns to themselves or mailing pieces of guns to themselves. But a lot of the guns that are in circulation are guns that are stolen in burglaries. And here again, it comes down to personal accountability. If you have a gun in your house, we certainly want you to lock it up, keep it safe, keep it, not just under a mattress or something like that where people keep guns. We found a picture on social media of some kids holding some artillery. We turned that over to the police, and so we have to take that into consideration. The other thing is, people bring guns in the airport, and that's a gap. There's that honor system where you're going to report your gun within 24 hours to VIPD. And we've had these conversations. I've had conversations with VIPA, with VIPD, and Customs of how we deal with it. And I've personally seen customs agents at the post office and FedEx and UPS checking boxes. But they're like us. They only have like so many folks. So they can't search every container, the Arab furniture stores or whatever the rumors are. Are they, and here's my point, is that if any of you ever traveled and you come back from your flight from Miami or Fort Lauderdale and you have to wait that 45 minutes for your bag to come from the airplane to the carousel, and you're wondering what's taking it so long, and that's just coming from the airplane, getting on a little trolley and bring it. Imagine, now the only way you can really protect this island is to have a reverse check system. So as that bag comes off the plane, it goes through another scanner before it gets to the carousel. Now, I don't know if that happens all the time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Have gun dogs there all the time. And we've had these conversations, and certainly it's probably in the works, and maybe they do it sometimes. Because I've seen VIPD and Customs pull people from the line and grab their bags, so it's happening somewhere. But my point is, I don't know if we have the stomach to search every container or have every bag scanned when you come back, and that would prevent tourism, and it could affect a lot of different things in different ways. If I had my way, yes, we would do that. But at the same time, people would probably fire me. So
it's the container aspect of it. One of the main things I have really spoken about, and I've been very outspoken, is scanners for these containers. If you go to several states at the port, there are these huge scanners, and while the containers are just driven through them, they can immediately scan them, just like how you could scan items at the airport through the scanner, and you could see exactly what's in there. You could see if you have things stowed away. You could see there's guns. And I have not to this day understood why this is not something our courts or our government seem to want to do. Because I distinctly remember years ago, we had an opportunity to get one, I think through the federal government and a program, and it was something it's like they didn't want to do it. So my thing is, are we really serious about gun prevention and violence? Because it almost seems that when we have these little opportunities to potentially clean up, as you talked about rumors, a rumor is a rumor, but some of these things could get cleaned up if we actually utilize devices such as trailer scanners and stuff that you don't have to go in and try to search it and unpack it. They just drive through a scanner and you could look at a screen and check it out. Why do you think some of these things are not really pushed when at times we've had opportunities to get these things?
I agree with you. It's a law enforcement issue, and we'll continue to work with them and see if we can get more on board with them. I try to stay in my like you talked about silos. There is a certain degree of staying in my lane. I have worked hard to gain the respect of law enforcement. I'm a former law enforcement officer for 25 years, and so I get it. And then we have to deal with the federal system, and there's these jurisdictional things that have to be dealt with. But that's a law enforcement issue. And I will say that we do have meetings with federal and local police officers regularly to sort of discuss shootings, non-fatal and fatal, and discuss how they affect others and how they're related. So there is that piece where we're trying to work closely more together and bridge this federal versus local thing going on. So we're trying to get that squared away. So there is efforts on everybody's side to make that happen. I'm hopeful that communication piece is going to get better. But like I said, these things they're cultural, subculture of law enforcement. I know how it is, so I respect it at the same time, but we're trying to move forward and past it.
And definitely, and most importantly, we're trying to save lives.
Absolutely.
So, sometimes we might got to step out of our lane once in a while.
Yeah.
All righty, Madam Chair. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you. I just want to ask one final question, Director Emmanuel, since you brought it up about staying in your lane. The illegal importation of guns is a threat not only to our community, but also to our borders. I think can't remember who mentioned it. Has there been communication with Homeland Security regarding, protecting our borders and what it would entail for us to work collaboratively with them to do that, to prevent these guns from coming into the U.S. Virgin Islands?
We actually just had a emerging threat symposium last Thursday, and I was a presenter at that. And Homeland Security was there. They were talking about initiatives.
The symposium was held where? Sorry to interrupt
at Frenchman's Reef.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it's called now?
Right.
The Westin.
The big hotel.
The Westin.
Here on St. Thomas. So it was 2 days of information sharing between local and federal law enforcement primarily, but I was invited to be a speaker and to share some information. So yes, Homeland Security is very, very active here in the territory, trying to manage things. And another thing I want to bring up, the gun issue is, and sometimes even scanning a trailer or scanning a bag, because criminals, they continue to try to figure out ways to trick us, right? They'll disassemble it in 16 pieces, and one piece is over here, one piece is in a box of chocolate, one piece is wrapped in aluminum foil so it doesn't show up on the scanner a certain way. And then people can actually print their own gun. I mean, you use a 3D printer. Some folks have learned how to, as long as you have the trigger assembly, you can create a gun out of plastic. My own son did it. He made a gun. We put 13 rounds through it before it malfunctioned.
Wow.
And then he figured out what he did
That's
wrong
startling.
and rebuilt it. And then we put 100 rounds through the next one before it malfunctioned. So all he had to have was the slide on top. But the 3D printer printed the whole bottom part of the gun. He dropped the trigger assembly inside of it, and we started shooting it. So that's what we're up against. So when we talk about law enforcement not doing what they're supposed to be doing or trying their best, when we're up against those kinds of issues, it's very difficult to do, and it is a monumental task on a lot of different levels. And so, yes, I said I want to stay in my lane, but at the same time, I am very active with law enforcement, and I still, in my heart of hearts, I'm still a cop. And so I know how that works. But at the same time, here in this outreach world, I have to be mindful of trying to deal with folks, get them to think differently. And another success story before we stop, we've actually gotten people jobs. We work with reentry, getting them out of jail, getting them their identification card. I have to give I hate to use that thing, shout out, but a really props for Department of Labor for helping us when we have somebody that really needs a job. The Commissioner of Labor helps push that person through the process, and the Division of Motor Vehicles has given, when we know somebody's getting ready to come out of jail, we get them an ID so they can get their Social Security card, so they can get their birth certificates, because it's a circle of dismay when you can't get your license because you don't have your birth certificate. You can't get your birth certificate because you don't have your license. So the people get very frustrated and they get angry and then they just quit. But our guys, my team, goes to those people and hand walks them through that process so they get their stuff, so they can get their documents, so they can get their job, they can get the documents that they need to try to get employed. We have some folks that actually opened their own business that were, they were in the game, and now they got their own business and they're doing their thing. And if they're still in the game or not, I don't know. But at least we know that they are gainfully employed, they're working, and they got some of their team. Instead of crew and still on the corner slinging drugs, they're doing some physical work, and they're making the money. And that's that's where we need to be thinking forward down the road of how we can get folks employed and have activities for our children that are enriching. Like we talked about, Senator Holliger mentioned the activities, the talent shows. One of the kids we had on a talent show last year, he was in our first talent show, then he was in another talent show with the school. He got he got a full scholarship to Berkeley School of Music. And then it was in the newspaper, the two young ladies from the dance school won a competition in the States. So, I would rather my son pick up a musical instrument than a gun, and I'd certainly rather have my daughter learn ballet than twerking in a parking lot. So we have to really work on how we manage ourselves, manage our children, manage everything that we've got involved. It's just, I could go on and on and on about personal little things. I drove down the street in St. Croix the other day, and I saw a whole refrigerator and a stove on the side of the road. It didn't just bounce out because of the pothole. Somebody dropped that thing off the truck and left it on the side of the road. When you go to the beach, you see elephant bottles and Heineken bottles. Ain't no tourists doing that. It's my cousins dropping that stuff when they go to the beach, and they don't take pride in the Virgin Islands. They litter. When you go back and you look at, we can talk about theory from police department, right? To say this broken glass theory. I'm sure you've heard it 1,000 times. Like if you leave a broken window unattended, people will think your property's unattended, and they will come and use it for illicit things. So if we don't start taking care of the little things, to teach our kids to say please and thank you, to be polite, to respect teachers, to not pollute, not litter, and then continue to move them on a higher plane of just personal management, we'll be a lot better off. I always say, if you clean your own yard, the neighborhood will look nice. But instead, we want to complain about the other neighbor over there, but you ain't cutting your own grass. Let's get it cleaned up. If we start to beautify these properties. I went to, we had a wellness event at one of the properties in St. Croix, the name Hodge. Yeah, beautiful redone. Have you been there? Have you seen it? It's amazing. But they had a shooting. the night before we had an event, but the next day we went anyway and had an event.
That's how you break the
to try to
cycle.
bring these people back together again and show them that we're going to continue to do better. It's not just putting lipstick on a pig. We have to change the mindsets of the folks that are living in there and make sure that they're taking care and taking pride in their organization. And that's why we work at housing and do the wellness days and have human services and health department come out with us together, housing, health, police, and everybody walks and talks to these neighborhoods and try to get them to what do they need. Because it's not just us going into a community or going to a school and telling people what we think they should do. We also have conversations with them to see what they want, what they need, what is really going to work for them when they're trying to make it better themselves. Government can't save everybody. When I traveled around, this summer I traveled around the country. I went to Los Angeles. I went to Chicago. I went to New York. I went to Baltimore. I went to D.C. I went to San Francisco and what's the other town across the water? Oakland. Some of these places got amazing programs going on, but it's from their own grassroots fixing themselves. They're not relying on the government to come, fix their programs. They rely on themselves. They have nonprofit organizations that are doing amazing things, and we have nonprofit organizations doing amazing things here, but they just run out of money. And then they can't continue. They close their door. They don't know the grant process. We're actually trying to work with different groups and teach nonprofits how to write their own grants so they can get their money. Because they'll rely on us. We got nonprofits calling my office talking about, can you give us some money for our program? That's not what we do. If we could, if I had it, I would. But that's a slippery slope. So we try to make sure we teach them how to get their own money and run their own programs so they're sustainable for later on. And so I'm on like, I don't know, 3 different boards, to help. I have approved grants for folks. I work with LEPC. I work with housing. I work with UVI. So we're all in this together collectively. And I think, unfortunately, I'm not a good market person. I'm not on the radio. I'm not on TV. I don't get out and talk about what my office does. And maybe I should, if people don't understand. That's why we got the radio show on Saturdays to try to set the narrative straight, because we listen to Melee radio. People talk all kind of crap and don't know. And nobody wants to call me directly. My number is 340-227-1049. I answer it almost all the time. If you got a question about my office or what we're doing, I offer you to call me directly, and I will answer any question you need to answer.
Well, thank you so much, Director Emmanuel. You have given us a lot of information of what this office is doing, and I know we are definitely would stand behind of you to see that you expand what you're doing, but definitely you want to continue to braid your resources, continue to reach out to Department of Education as you've done, Human Services and the courts and Homeland Security as you've done in the past, so that we could make a dent. I'm hoping the next time we have a discussion, you'll come with a little bit more statistics and data to share with us, and how you and your team are working to reduce the number of violent crime, gun violence in the Virgin Islands, and what your steps you're taking to prevent and get some firm time frame with the tracking as well, because I know it's by situation, but you should have some framework that you're using to track to see how those families are doing. With that being said, I'm now offer you an opportunity to place on record a 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here, and I say this thing, that passion runs government, and my entire team is, I've been very unapologetically selective of who I put on my team. And they work tirelessly. Whenever when you get these calls, like I get a phone alert at 2 in the morning saying somebody's gotten shot, and Sam and Pastor McDonald have to go to the hospital in the middle of the night, or if I'm in St. Croix, I get out of my bed and go to the scenes and go to the hospital with Skeppel. So passion runs government, and you know, we do this because we know that there's an opportunity to try to make a change or help somebody when they're at their most vulnerable and most hurt position. As a police officer, I have seen death and destruction. I have seen things that I don't think humans should be allowed to see. And I took this job as an avenging moment for losing a mentee of mine, and I didn't really need it. You know, I was comfortable doing what I was doing, teaching police, but I took this job for that, and so and my team members are no different. All of us have been impacted some kind of way, and we know the pains that people feel, and each time we go out, we have to feel it again. You know, and so we try to manage those people and get them through that process the best way we can. And like I said, it varies each time. I again appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come out and tell us what we're doing. We're not giving up. We're going to continue to keep pushing. We're trying to get another Christmas without any violence through the St. Croix Festival, and certainly again in St. Thomas when it comes around in April, and St. John in June. So we're hoping for 3 years in a row with no violence during the carnival or during the festival periods, and that's what we're fighting for. So thank you. Right. And to stop the domestic violence too. And that's another leg, you know. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. I mean, I could totally understand the frustration because you're dealing with one type of violence and then another. But I want to thank you for being here today. You have given us a lot of insight into the operation of the Office of Gun Violence. And I want to thank all of your team members who are present here with us. Dr. McDonald, you are a doctor, right?
Yes, I am.
Dr. McDonald, also Mr. Fleming Lewis.
Bruce
Flamon, I'm sorry. Bruce Flamon, and also Pastor Samuel Weeks. I have to call you Pastor because I know you're a man of God. So I want to thank all of you for being here today and the committee, and I would like to release you from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. You are released, and the committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Monday, November 18, 2024 is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the last item on today's agenda.
Block 4, 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0394, an act honoring and commending Arthur Solomon for his work as head coach for the multiple champion winning Charlotte Amalie High School's girls basketball team and his contribution as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team by naming the existing and subsequent gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalie High School, the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium. This bill is sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Mr. William Fred, Mr. Pedrito Estrell, Ms. Shayla Solomon, Mr. Sidney Bell, Mr. Rory Stapleton, and Mr. Charles Fonseca. Miss Rory Stapleton and Mr. Charles Fonseca. This ends the reading of Block 4, Madam Chair.
As well as the last item on today's agenda. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0394?
I do.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your introductory remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the listener and viewing audience. Good afternoon to I don't know if I should say my colleagues, because I ain't seen nobody. To my colleague, Senator Joseph, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, good afternoon. She's online, that's correct. We're here. We're here as we're always here. Colleagues, this afternoon I offer Bill number 35-0394, an act to honor Arthur Solomon, affectionately known as Gutu, or Coach Solomon, for his significant contributions to education and athletics in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Arthur, or Gutu, as I affectionately know him, story began like most of ours. He came from very humble beginnings, but worked to achieve his dreams. He is the third of 8 children and began his journey in basketball on the courts of Oswald Harris Court Community, playing alongside his brothers. He comes from a long line of athletes, some that went as far as to play college ball and professional basketball. Upon completing high school, he went to the University of Texas to play basketball and later transferred to Morgan State University, my alma mater, to complete his undergraduate studies. As a matter of fact, I don't know if he remembered, but the reason why I attended Morgan State University is because of Arthur Gutu Solomon. At that time, he was like my big brother, he still is. And when I was applying to college, that's a college I had to go to. So hence the reason why I ended up at Morgan State University. Arthur returned home and he was a member of the Virgin Islands men's basketball team. His exceptional play on the men's team earned him recognition and a professional basketball contract on the island of Puerto Rico. He worked in the Department of Education and served as the chair of the Physical Education Department at the Charlotte Amalie High School. He was also active in the union and lobbying for improved resources and increased salaries for coaches across the territory. While at the Department of Education, Coach Solomon had a successful career as teacher and a coach at Charlotte Amalie High School. Under Coach Solomon, the CAHS, Charlton Valley High School girls basketball team, won multiple championships, and many of his players earned athletic scholarships to colleges nationwide. So we've heard a lot about his work that he's done with young people, particularly the girls and women's basketball here in the territory. But he's also been a community leader, and he also has a love and passion for politics. He can be heard. I haven't listened to the radio in a minute, but I know that he can be heard on the radio stations calling in and voicing his opinion about the challenges and the concerns of the day. He is very concerned. He's a very concerned Virgin Islander who is concerned about what happens next in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He is one that wants the best for the territory, and this honor is well deserving. I will go venture to say that Arthur Solomon is a legend in his own right. Bill number 35-0394 proposes naming the gymnasium at Charlton Valley High School, and I may make an amendment to this. I have not quite decided, as the Marion M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium, and includes funding for a commemorative plaque funded by the School Construction and Maintenance Fund. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing the rebuild of Charlton Valley High School and a new gymnasium at Charlton Valley High School. So at that time, we should be seeing the naming. But also, it is appropriate, if we are going to name it in this manner, that Arthur Gutu Solomon name comes first on the gymnasium, as he is in fact the legacy, the older brother of the late Myron C. Corbett, who also attended high school and junior high school part of high school, but junior high school with me, and is also well deserving, as he also played a significant role in the girls' basketball here in the territory, and moved on to lead a number of championships. We have heard the measure on Myron MC, better known as MC Corbett. We heard that measure a few months ago, and it was held because the plan was to, I think, name the Anna's Retreat Court in his honor. So we will contemplate exactly how we will name these Charlton Valley High School Gymnasium, and we'll make the appropriate amendments if necessary at the appropriate time. But today, colleagues, I seek your support on Bill number 35-0394 for a man that has given much of himself to the youths of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and is important for us to honor those who have given significant contributions, and for us to remember them, and for those that come after us, and those that are not born yet, for them to understand what happened before their time, and to understand the heroes in our community. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the opportunity, as I am not a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, I know we have several testifiers, a couple of testifiers here, including the man of the hour, Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon. And what I would like to do first is assure that the testifiers who are joining us remotely, I think we only have one testifier joining us remotely. We just want to do a microphone check. Mr. Charles Fonseca, are you there? Pleasant good day.
Yeah, I'm here. Pleasant good day.
Wonderful. Thank you. And your visuals and the mic is on point. And then we have Ms. Shayla Solomon, daughter of Mr. Solomon, here. Just say a good afternoon. So we just want to make sure the mics are operating.
Good afternoon, Shayla Solomon.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Solomon. And last but not least, the man of the hour, Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon. A pleasant good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to start with you first, Mr. Fonseca, who has joined us virtually. If you could kindly proceed with reading your testimony, which you submitted into the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable College Joseph, Chairman of the Committee on Government Affairs, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. Let me repeat some of the things that the Honorable Fred Gregory mentioned a little while ago. But anyhow, my name is Charles Fonseca, and I am a childhood friend of Arthur Gutu Solomon. It is with great pleasure and honor that I write this letter of recommendation on behalf of my good friend and brother, Arthur Solomon. Outside of my biological brothers, Gutu is one of the only handful of individuals whom I consider my brother and whom I would trust with my life. His only child, Sheila Solomon, calls me Uncle Jerry. Gutu's family is my family also. He is one of the most honest, loyal, trustworthy, caring, and responsible individual I have ever known. I have known Gutu most of my life. We played together as young boys, attended school together, and taught at the Charlotte O'Malley High School. Our friendship began when Gutu lived in Frenchtown before his family moved to the Oswald Harris Court and Estate Tutu. Basketball was Gutu's first love. He started playing basketball as a young boy with the Oswald Harris Court Majestics. He later played for Charlotte O'Malley High School Chicken Hawks. After graduating from high school, Gutu attended the University of Texas El Paso and played on his basketball team, the Miners. In his sophomore year, Gutu transferred to Baltimore, Maryland, where he played for the Morgan State University Bears. As a member of the Bears, Gutu played alongside the number one collegiate basketball player in the nation, Marvin Webster, aka the Human Eraser, as he was affectionately called. After college, Gutu played for the Virgin Islands national basketball team and professionally in Puerto Rico for 1 year. The love for basketball was actually a Solomon trait. I do not know of any other family from the United States Virgin Islands that would have been able to field a basketball team that would be competitive against the Solomon Corbett brothers. The brothers consisted of Hiram, Winston, Sylvester, Myron, George, and Gutu. They were all exceptional basketball players. Gutu's sisters, Jennifer and Janice, were also good basketball players. After graduating from college, Gutu returned to St. Thomas, where we both began our teaching careers at the Charlotte O'Malley High School. During our first year as teachers in 1976, we experienced a teacher's strike. That strike was an experience that unified teachers and stressed the importance of sticking together as one unit. Fortunately, Governor Cyril E. King and the teachers' union came to an agreement after 8 long weeks, and we were able to return to the classroom. Gutu was the Charlotte O'Malley High School coach for many years. His excellent work as the head basketball coach resulted in numerous championships for the school. Gutu's commitment to his players extended beyond the basketball court into their everyday lives. The values of discipline, responsibility, honesty, perseverance, and higher education were instilled in his players on and off the court. During the 8 years that I taught in the Virgin Islands educational school system, I had the honor of traveling with some of Gutu's team as his assistant coach, or actually I really was a gopher. Traveling with Coach Solomon and his teams were enjoyable and memorable experiences that opened my eyes to Gutu's total commitment to his students and sportsmanship. Gutu also served as the chairman of the Charlotte O'Malley High School Physical Education Department, where he advocated for adequate resources and pay increases for his coaches. 42 years ago, Gutu was the best man at my wedding. The wedding was in December in Detroit, Michigan, where we had an unprecedented amount of snow and cold. Being the loyal friend Gutu is, he never once complained. That is a true friend. Whenever I visit St. Thomas, I spend a lot of time hanging out with Gutu. The only problem with that is everyone knows Gutu and they want to talk to him. Gutu is so generous with his time and attention that a short walk or a quick trip to get a bite to eat that usually should only take about 15 minutes usually lasts about an hour. Having worked in law enforcement for over 30 years, I hold the values of virtue, humility, integrity, and fairness as important factors in determining a person's character. I find all these qualities in Arthur Gutu Salomon as demonstrated by his commitment to St. Thomas, Charlotte Amalia High School, and the community of people who love him. Bill number 35-0394, an act honoring and commending Arthur Gutu Salomon is well deserved. His work as head coach of the girls' basketball teams, his contribution as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team, and his lifelong service to the community is well known and greatly appreciated. Therefore, without any reservation or hesitation, I strongly recommend that Bill number 35-0394, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, honoring and commending Arthur Gutu Salomon and naming the existing gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalia High School, the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Salomon Gymnasium, be approved. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fonseca. At this time, we will hear and have read into the record the testimony provided by Ms. Shayla Solomon. Ms. Solomon, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Senator Carla Joseph and members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. My name is Shayla Solomon, and I am here today as the proud daughter of Arthur Gutu Salomon and niece of Myron M.C. Corbett, two extraordinary men whose lives have been dedicated to selfless service, education, and community upliftment in the Virgin Islands. For over 30 years, my father, Arthur Salomon, aka Salo, has been an incredible educator, youth advocate, and role model. He has always been my hero and my best friend. A man of immense stature, not just in height at 6'9", but in character and principles. My uncle, Myron Corbett, though no longer with us, continues to inspire me through his legacy of mentorship and innovation, particularly with the Graffiti Street Teen Talk Show, which fueled my passion for communication and community engagement. Together, these two men exemplify the values of hard work, unwavering dedication, and service. And it is with immense pride and gratitude that I speak today in support of Bill number 35-0394, sponsored by the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory. This bill seeks to honor my father and uncle for their remarkable contributions to Charlotte Amalia High School, CAHS, and the wider Virgin Islands community. For my dad and uncle, CAHS was more than just a school. It was a second home. I can recall hearing stories of being in the gym as a baby, crying and interrupting my dad's practices. My father and uncle spent countless hours at the CAHS gym, giving of themselves as educators, coaches, and mentors. Their dedication to their work was evident in the lasting impact they left on their students and athletes. As coaches, they achieved greatness, with my father paving the way and my uncle following closely in his footsteps. They led the Charlotte Amalia High School girls basketball team to multiple championship victories. setting a standard of excellence that continues to inspire young athletes today. Basketball was in their blood, and both men achieved impressive personal milestones in the sport. My father represented the Virgin Islands as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team, serving as a true ambassador. The athletic accomplishments of both my dad and uncle earned them wide recognition, including induction into the Paradise Jam Hall of Fame. These achievements filled our family with pride and filled my grandmother's living room with countless trophies, a testament to their relentless dedication and hard work. While their athletic ability is noteworthy, what truly sets them apart is their unwavering commitment to shaping lives. My father, as one of the eldest siblings in our family, embraced his role as a leader and mentor with grace and humility. He was not just a big brother to my uncle, but a source of guidance, inspiration, and unwavering support. My uncle, in turn, embodied those same values, carrying forward a legacy of excellence and service that my father had set before him. Tragically, we lost my Uncle Myron in 2017. This was devastating as he was gone too soon. His absence is deeply felt, but his legacy lives on in the hearts of those he touched and the countless lives he changed for the better. My father serves as the living pillar of their dynamic duo, and he continues to inspire others with his passion. He prides himself in being a former educator in our public school system, and his dedication to his students and his unwavering love for our community remains steadfast. One of my greatest honors is being known as Salo's daughter. I don't have a name, I'm Salo's daughter. A reflection of the profound impact my father has had on so many. Bill number 35-0394, which proposes naming the gymnasium at Charlotte Amalia High School as the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium, is a fitting and deserving tribute to these two remarkable men. This recognition not only celebrates their contributions to CAHS and the Virgin Islands, but also serves as a symbol of the values they instilled in everyone they encountered. Integrity, dedication, and love for community. To Senator Donna Fred Gregory, thank you for your leadership and for your dedicated efforts in honoring my father and uncle. Your commitment to preserving the legacy of Virgin Islanders who have given so much to our community is deeply appreciated. On behalf of our entire family, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for recognizing the lives and contributions of these two extraordinary men. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. There is so much more that I can say, but with limited time, I will simply end here with gratitude. Heartfelt appreciation to this body for allowing us to celebrate the legacy of my father, Arthur Solomon, and my uncle, Myron Corbett. May their lives continue to inspire generations to come. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so kindly, Ms. Solomon, for your introduction and for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go with one round of 3 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger, thank you for being there. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the territory that I've been testifiers and honorees. I have to say that it was a pleasure really listening to hear of the many things when it came to specifically sports that Mr. Solomon has done on behalf of the young people in our territory. As a chicken hawk myself, I think this is very fitting that the CAHS gym is named after these two brothers. I was at the previous committee hearing when it was offered for Mr. Corvette, and I remember somebody said, well, you got to add Salome to it. And I said, well, okay, well, I guess that's where this whole thing birthed from. So at the end of the day, you're going to have two brothers side by side representing Charlotte Amalie High School in a very positive way for all the good things that they have done, specifically when it came to our girls basketball. I wanted to ask a question directly to Ms. Solomon. You spoke about, you know, your just Solo's daughter, Mrs. Solomon. As a child growing up, knowing that your father and your uncle were so involved in sports and activities, that you went more to the communities and such, did you ever get involved in sports, or is just stick to the political and the communication side?
So unfortunately, I did attempt basketball, JV. I sucked. They did not pass on the basketball skills to me. My dad gave me no height. He is 6'9", I am 5'3". It makes no sense. But I ran track and I played volleyball. So I left the basketball to them. My cousins played basketball. My cousin Jerusha, my late uncle's daughter, also played basketball. My cousins Shani and Crystal, they played basketball. Everybody else, because they had the height. Volleyball and track for me was horrible at basketball.
Oh, Lord. It has to be around the group, so that was good. Well, Mr. Solomon, you know, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to have in regards to teaching basketball to the young women. What do you think that helped instill in them? You know, everybody didn't have an opportunity to go on to play division sports, you know, stuff like that. But what do you think that playing that sport and you being their coach, that you potentially instilled in them as lifelong lessons so that they could carry on throughout their lifetime?
Well, one of the most things that I tried to instill in them, one and foremost, was to get a college education. That was my primary purpose they playing, and then build itself up to be good citizen of the Virgin Islands or wherever it may be, good character, and stay out of trouble, and just be yourself and be true and committed to what you wanted to do.
Okay, definitely. My final question, Mr. Fonseca. How would you compare your relationship with Mr. Solomon as young men as you grew into adulthood? You know, sometimes as children, we have one dynamic. Is he still the same person? How has he impacted your life in any way you would like to share with us?
Yes, like I mentioned, I've known Gucci since we were young boys, and you know, he's always been the same person he is. I've never known him to be, you know, what he isn't. We've been through a lot. We've done a lot. You know, I respect him. I like the way he handled the students at Charlotte Amalie High School. Not only the girls' basketball team, but also, you know, students that came around the gym area. You know, and like I mentioned, he's very respected. When it comes to St. Thomas, you can't walk a block with Gutu without, you know, spending an hour walking that block. And you know, everything about him I like his integrity, his commitment to the Virgin Islands. You know, I left the Virgin Islands 43 years ago, and Gutu's been there. You know, he's just committed to that's his home. You know, and everything he's done has inspired a lot of people in the Virgin Islands in a positive way. You know, and also me and my wife. You know, she respect Gutu and Sheila, and you know, his whole family. His mother I talk to a lot. In fact, she's something else for her age. But the whole family I enjoy being around. You know.
Excellent. Well, I know I heard time called, and I will definitely continue to listen as others share their thoughts as as how they also interact and they have been impacted by Mr. Solomon. And I will definitely be voting in the affirmative for this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Helger. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the man of the hour, Mr. Arthur Gutu Salo Solomon, for this very much well-deserved honor. And I say it again, I say it over and over again. Progressive communities honor, commend, and recognize those among us who achieve excellence, who make significant contributions to this community. And without question, Arthur Gutu Solomon is one such individual. Anytime there's a conversation about legends in the field of athletics, in particular basketball, the name Arthur Gutu Solomon is always in the conversation as one of our top local greats. He has demonstrated excellence as a coach, as a player, as a teacher, as an administrator. He has really done it all. And this opportunity to name the gymnasium where he coached and helped produce so many young, talented Virgin Islanders, it is extremely fitting that we're able to name this facility after him. They say that a great coach can lead you to places you never thought you could reach. And I know he has impacted lives in our territory. I wanted to ask his daughter, his very talented daughter, Shayla Solomon, if she could share with us something about Arthur Gutu Salo Solomon that most people, just to the casual observer, may not know about Gutu. And I'll ask the same question to Mr. Fonseca.
So everyone knows my dad to have a very loud and a deep, powerful voice. But as a child growing up, if I did anything wrong, he did not speak to me harshly.
30 seconds.
I would hear him say, you know, I'm disappointed. I expected better. Very soft. So people would always be surprised by that, thinking that the same loudness and authority that he spoke at the school to break up a fight or to coach, that's how he raised me. But my dad was the perfect example of how a father should raise a daughter. So I'm a daddy's girl. So that's the one thing. He talks very quietly to me if I do something wrong. So that's the one thing that always sticks out. So I never, ever want to disappoint him.
That is awesome. Mr. Fonseca?
Yeah, a lot of people may not know that Arthur Solomon, because of his height, he's a gentle giant. You know, when you get to know Gutu, you realize that he speaks his mind. He's a good debater. In fact, I've never heard him, talk nonsense. When he have a debate with somebody, he usually have a lot of facts to back up what he's debating. He's very knowledgeable, but apart from that, he's very kind. And I've seen him give his money, his personal money, to students to help them, attend trips or to do things that they didn't have finances to do. And when somebody spends their own money or their own pocket to help kids, to me that means a lot about that person. And I've seen Arthur do that a lot of times in all the years I've known him when I was at Charlotte High School,
I appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much for your comments and for making it a priority to be here. I am absolutely 100% in support of this initiative. I look forward to voting favorably for the renaming of the gymnasium at the Charlotte High School in honor of two giants, Mr. Myron Corbett and Mr. Arthur Gutu Salo Solomon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. The chair will now take her 3 minutes. I listened intently to the conversations that we are having here today about the man of the hour, Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon. I first met you maybe about 15 to 17 years ago. And I want to ask a question of his daughter, because your dad struck me then and is still now a person who is so committed, so driven and passionate about young people at risk. Tell me how it was living in his household, having to manage and see this passion when you come home or even outside of the home, Miss Solomon.
Well, it spoke to his background in social work. He has a background as a social worker. He's a counselor. He's the person that everybody respects. If you're from housing, you're from ghettos, you're from Savannah, you're from Rondafil, you're going to respect Mr. Solomon. So it really made me just admire him even more, because I was so proud to know that at the end of the day, this was my father. This was someone who he never missed an event, never missed a graduation, anything that I am involved in. He continuously shows the support, and he has my back 100%. So just knowing that he cares was really something that I prided myself on, because it didn't matter what anybody else thought about my dad. I knew him for what he represented as an advocate for youth and someone who cared about the community.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any further questions. I definitely will be in support of this measure. And I am just making sure that we have a quorum to vote on it. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Madam Chairwoman. I don't really have too much more to add to what has already been said. I want to thank Fonseca for his recollection of Mr. Solomon. And I think we probably need to amend the bill to say better known as Gutu or Coach or Salo, because I know him as Salo, to tell you the truth. I know him as Salo. That's what I know to call him. I think Gutu is a name from probably childhood, Coach as his students, but I know him as his players rather, but I know him as Salo. So when his daughter Shayla said that, I was like, ding, ding, ding. It is Salo for me as well. So
1 minute.
We're going to make that amendment. And then we're also going to make the amendment to do the shift, because like I said earlier, Mr. Solomon came before his little brother, and it's really his little brother. Yes, yeah. So we have to make those changes. So don't be humble and not say, what needs to happen. I know that some of our colleagues have flights to catch. I would love to say a lot more, but this is the time of the year when the legislature is in lame duck. So I am the only one that look like ready to walk, other than Senator Joseph. So, they're off doing a lot of other things. So, but the time is right for us to honor you. I know this was hard for you to say yes, and at times I got really, with you, but it's well deserving. And don't stand in the shadows, because you've done a whole lot here, not only in this district, but in the U.S. Virgin Islands overall. You're well known, you're a legend. You're a legend, and we need to respect and honor our legends. And I am here for it, and I'm certain that my colleagues are as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Do I hear a motion?
Motion?
Senator Milton E. Potter, St. Thomas, St. John District Senator, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0394, an act honoring and commending Arthur Solomon for his work as head coach for the multiple champion winning Charlotte Amalia High School girls basketball team and his contribution as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team by naming the existing and any subsequent gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalia High School the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium. I so move.
Second.
Senator Potter, you kindly restate your motion because we didn't have a vehicle to move it to. Kindly restate it quickly. Move to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Kindly restate it.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0394, an act honoring and commending Arthur Solomon for his work as head coach for the multiple champion winning Charlotte Amalia High School's girl basketball team and his contribution as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team by naming the existing and any subsequent gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalia High School the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium be favorably considered and voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0394 has been properly moved by Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Milton E. Potter, seconded by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Javon James Sr., and Senator Samuel Carrion. Roll call on Bill number 35-0394.
Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion? Yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca? Absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger? Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes, for Gutu. Yes.
Senator L. Gittins? Yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Yes. Senator E. James Sr.? Yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator J. Joseph? Yea. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator E. Potter? Yea. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0394, an act honoring and commending Arthur Solomon for his work as head coach for the multiple champion winning Charlotte Amalie High School girls basketball team and his contribution as a member of the Virgin Islands men's national basketball team by naming the existing and any subsequent gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalie High School, the Myron M.C. Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon Gymnasium, has been favorably approved in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I would like to offer the testifiers a brief opportunity to make some closing remarks. We'll begin with Mr. Charles Fonseca. You are allotted, Mr. Fonseca, 30 seconds closing remarks.
Again, Honorable Chairman of the committee, I'm glad that I was given the opportunity to speak on behalf of my brother, my good friend, Arthur Gutu Solomon. I think what was done here today is example of how we should treat our own in the Virgin Islands people when they're alive, really. And it's just a great privilege for me to be able to testify on behalf of Arthur Gutu Solomon. And it's an honor that Honorable Fred Gregory and Milton Potter brought forward this bill, which I think is very deserving, and I'm glad that the committee is moving it forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fonseca. And now we'll ask Ms. Shayla Solomon to say a few words, 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you again to the committee, and a special thank you to the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory. It's so important when people recognize those among us who are so deserving because of their contributions. And of course, I watched earlier when we recognized the late Darrell Mousy George, and it's so important for us to give those their flowers before they are gone. So, Senator, thank you. I know it was like pulling teeth with my father because he's a very humble person, and I know it was a challenge. But from the entire family, we want to say thank you so much for all that you did to push this through and to make this happen today. And for all of the senators who voted favorably, thank you again.
Thank you. And last but definitely not least, we want to recognize the man of the hour. We had two other persons who were honored and commended before us, and both of them have passed. And we give thanks for that, their lives. But you are here. And so we are eminently grateful that you're here still. So we offer you this opportunity to present on the record some closing remarks.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank Weir family, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, because, like my daughter said, it was like pulling teeth. You know, I'm gonna say this right. It's for her, because really, I am not a guy that love things to be named. What I appreciate more, if I'm going down the road and like Mr. Fonseca say, I'll stop, talk. And even as a little kid with her, when we go out and I would stop, she will pull me by my shirt and say, Daddy, let's go. This is my time. So all my honors really is for my daughter, Shayla, and the rest of the family. And I would just like to say, thank my friend back here, Mr. Romney. We have been together a long time, way back in high school, and all the way coming up. I know his family tremendously, but, you know, I really would say this, and Senator Joseph, when you had the other people here, we stood back there and we talked, and you can see that you know, kids are just a thing for me. You know, I would love to see, you know, kids grow up. You know, I remember the days at Charlton Mother High School, walking and parting fights with guys that have gun. Many people didn't know about it, and knives and things. I did all that stuff, right? Because that's me. You know, I take it as a reward for doing something, and just meeting people and talking to them, you know, that's what I do best. And I'd like to thank the whole committee, my friend, Senator Gittings. And I had the opportunity to talk to Senator Karung a couple times on the phone and stuff. You know, that's what I do best. You know, I'd just like to thank everyone on behalf of my family, like my daughter say. I appreciate it, and I'm going to be good to Solomon. I'm not going to change, you know. You know, a lot of lives have touched me, and I've touched a lot of lives, and maybe that's how I'm going to go out, you know. Maybe helping someone or doing something grateful. A little like they say, an act of kindness. If we can do an act of kindness every day, that will hold us tremendously and keep us going. And that's where I'm at, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Solomon. I really want to also thank my colleagues for being here and to assure that we completed today's agenda. There was a moment my colleagues usually, for this committee in particular, are usually here. I'm suspecting it's just that time of the season. And so today, meeting marks the last meeting for this committee on government operations, consumer affairs, and veterans affairs, consumer protection rather, and veteran affairs for the year 2024 and for the 35th legislature. I am thankful for our committee members who meet with us here regularly to form a quorum. That is very important. I am thankful for your support and dedication, colleagues, as we have met almost monthly. I would say if there are 12 months of the year, we have met 10 times to vet bills and to receive testimony from invited government agency departments and instrumentalities. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to my senatorial staff for their great work and timely reporting from our committee on the proceedings that takes place here and when they have taken place in the past. I also want to take the opportunity to thank our hardworking central staff for all of the work that they do behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, to make this meeting very seamless and without any major hiccups. I want to thank you, and I want to thank all of the testifiers who came before us today. We had 3 bills, and we're ending with a lively bill, I want to say, a very lively bill, just honoring people who have done such great work here in the Virgin Islands. All of them have been men of the soil, our St. Thomas Virgin Islands, the United States Virgin Islands, and we are so glad to be a part of history in doing the work to assure that you are recognized and honored. So the Committee on Government Operations, Consumer Protection, let me just begin again. The Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Monday, November 18th, 2024 is hereby adjourned. Thank you.